The incident has been linked to a deadly mob attack in Mbale Town, Vihiga County. In a statement, the DCI condemned what it described as mob justice that led to the death of 35-year-old boda rider George Otobe. Police say early investigations show that Otobe allegedly stabbed a man, Hussein Hassan, in the head after disagreement at around midday. Members of the public then turned on Otobe and beat him to death. Interior Cabinet Secretary Kipchumba Murkomen has warned that leaders who organize chaos at their own political meetings to gain sympathy will be arrested. Speaking during a chat service in Kericho yesterday, Murkomen criticized opposition leaders, saying some of them are staging violence and then blaming the police. He singled out former Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua, accusing him of repeatedly blaming security officers for disruptions at his meetings.
So I want to request politicians, wale walikuwa Kakamega jana, wale walikuwa Nyeri, wale wamekuwa Nairobi, nendeni mikutano kwa amani. Nenda mkutano, tutaweka polisi kwa hiyo mkutano, lakini msitupatie hii comedy yenye mnaenda mkutano na tear gas, unaenda mkutano kuenda kuchilinga tear gas mwenyewe, na unaenda mkutano kama umebeba majambazi na maguns na visu na mawe na marungu. That we will deal with it firmly.
President William Ruto has called on elected leaders in Kiambu County to embrace collective responsibility and work together to address challenges facing residents. The president warned against political blame games that undermine service delivery. Speaking during a church service at Jesus Christ Compassion Ministry on Sunday, Ruto reminded leaders that they are accountable to the electorate and must prioritize development over rivalry.
Kama imetokea shida, sijui kama tunaelewana. Kama imetokea shida pale Kidurai, tusijaribu kulaumiana, to solve the problem sisi wote. Mimi ni fulani, sijui ni fulani, hapana. Sisi wote, mimi nataka niwaulize, kuna mtu ya upinzani kwa sisi wote hapa tupo hapa? Sisi ni watu wa serikali sisi wote. Si mimi ndio rais. Si Wamatangi ni gavana wa UDA. Si Mama County ni wa UDA.
Pakistan has carried out multiple overnight airstrikes on Afghanistan, which the Taliban has said it has killed at least 18 people, including women and children. Islamabad said the attacks targeted 7 alleged militant camps and hideout near the Pakistan-Afghanistan border, and that they have been launched after recent suicide bombings in Pakistan. Afghanistan condemned the attacks, saying they targeted multiple civil homes and a religious school. And that's the Truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights. Radio Generation.
A very good morning to you. Welcome to the 23rd day of February 2026. And it's a Monday, of course. My name is Mungalambuvi. This is the People's Breakfast on Radio Generation. 88.8 FM in Nairobi, 90.7 in Mombasa, and that beautiful frequency of Garissa on 89.5. City Muga, habari yako?
Salama sana bwana Paul Mbuvi.
Uko fiti kabisa?
Nashukuru baba, niko mzima.
Hii weekend inakaa ni kama ulikuwa tu umetulia, kuna mambo mengi ulifanya, because you look fresher than fresh itself. Yeah?
How does fresher than fresh look?
You know, when someone is very fresh, they look like they've just come out of a box. You know, like when you get that brand new toy, you know? You look like yani umekuwa tu sawa bro, una shida yote, skin yako haina blemish, wrinkles ni kama uliziacha nyumbani, you know, macho yako inakaa iko white kama snow. Buda, yani basically uko tu sawa.
Ulijitumbukiza katika msamiati, sio?
sijajitumbukiza katika msemaji wote, najaribu tu kupeana inaitwa nini, description ya vile nakuona leo asubuhi. Yani bro, hauna stress. Sasa siku zingine unakuanga na stress, lakini leo inakaa yani kama umewahi kuwa na stress. Today for sure haijai kupata ama haikukupata.
Weekend ilikuwa sawa.
Yes?
Yes.
Hiyo ni poa tena sana.
Yes, I was invited for the launch
Okay.
of some niche perfumes and colognes. Somewhere called Shamba
Lamawe.
No, Shamba Lamawe, Nairobi.
Yes.
Kuna mahali kile Loresho. Inaitwa Shamba Cafe.
Okay.
Shamba Cafe you katikati ya mashamba, so I understand why it's called Shamba Cafe. But they have a place where wanakuaga na my events. I've never attended a launch of that nature.
Yes.
It was actually quite.
What were you launching? Ama what were they launching?
No, not me. Me, I was guest. Me nilikuwa guesty.
Kazi yako ilikuwa tu pale, yani kufika tu kuangalia, yani tu.
Yes, ni guesty bwana.
Naam.
Nakaa pale, naangalia, nasikiza muziki.
Kabisa.
Yes.
Na ikakuwa sawa yani.
It was actually quite interesting. You know, one of these things where you always stay indoors on a weekend and then something tells you, you're invited to say, why don't I venture out? And then you are glad
that you actually did.
Yes.
Okay.
It's an interesting company of Italy, inatoka Italy.
Yes.
It's called Xerjoff. Xerjoff. Xerjoff.
Xerjoff.
Yes. Sasa Africa na pronounce hiyo kitu.
But umesema it's an Italian place.
It's an Italian company.
Italian company.
Wako na hizi products zao inaitwa niche.
Niche products.
Utazipata kwao. Ukienda supermarket utazipata.
Nilikuwa na rafiki Muitaliano kitambo, alikuwa anaitwa Vincenzo. Kwa hivyo kila wakati alikuwa akiongea Kizungu, all I had was that's all I had, man.
That was your friend?
Yes.
Well,
and this is him he was actually speaking English, but for me I'd say huh?
But
so many times.
Would you not say, Paul, that the same applies to us? Huh?
Yes.
When somebody has should we say
an African accent?
No, let's call it mother tongue intervention.
Yes.
Okay. And when they speak,
yeah,
you need to do a double take,
right? Yes.
Then you get the correct translation.
It's true, and that's why actually I was told that the reason why our brothers and sisters, when they go to the United States, they acquire this American accent is because our African accent, our Kenyanese, hawaelewi. So the way you tell them, please pass me that bottle of water. Yeah, anasikia, huh? So the same way, even we don't hear them, they also go like, huh? So when we go, huh? They also go, huh? So you have got to learn their accent. So if you want a bottle of water, you say, can I have that bottle of water? That's how they'll understand it. And it's a fact. I was actually checking out someone teaching American accents on YouTube the other day.
Teaching?
Yes. This is she's a lady.
It's a taught subject.
Yes. They don't teach you English. They teach you the American accent.
Teach you American.
So they say, we say, hapa Kenya tunasemanga ninataka kwenda New York. Them, it's New York. It's one word. New Jersey, it's one word. As much as it is written New and Jersey. Yeah, so there's Arkansas. It's actually Arkansas. Funny stuff, man.
No, Ohio is Ohio.
Yeah, exactly. Na kuna Iowa. Kuna Idaho. So mimi nilikuwa na this Italian friend of mine, and every time he would speak, man, he would throw me off. And initially ilifika mahali mpaka nikaanza kuona ni kama nambo, but tukaelewana tu. So every time he would speak English, all I would hear is and
you're saying, okay, Vincenzo, thank you very much. Could you repeat what you just said in English, please?
And then every time I would speak, he would be like, go a little bit slow. So we would have this communication breakdown, and it was worse when we would talk on the phone.
Worse?
Yeah, so we would either WhatsApp or just SMS.
It is better to WhatsApp.
Big shout out to MC Tonje. Amesema checking in from Muhoroni Samba.
Muhoroni ndio kwetu,
ulisema huko ndio mtaani. Amesema happy new week and it's showers of blessings from this end. Yes, hata huku pia kuna nyesha mbaya tena sana. All right, so before we get into some serious stuff, let me tell you what is significant about this day that is the 23rd day of February. So why am I rushing to my birthday? And now that I've said it out there, guys, make sure that on my birthday, which is 23rd of May, munilete ma gifts. But 23rd of February, even ndivyo wamesema, walisema in 1903 a place called Guantanamo Bay, the United States leased Guantanamo Bay from Cuba to establish a naval station. Yeah, so in 1903 Guantanamo Bay yenye iko Cuba wali-lease ndio wa establish a naval station which is now known infamously for hosting terrorists,
incarceration,
wanaendanga
torture,
unaeko huko na unafanywa vitu ambavyo hata mama yako akijua atalia, vitu
vya ajabu.
Naam. So yeah, so on this day in 1903 United States of America did actually lease Guantanamo Bay from Cuba to establish a naval station.
Yani yo accent hata mahali hakuna r unaweka ab are
itabidi my friend. United States of America, Guantanamo Bay.
Sawa baba. Sawa.
Leo tuko pande gani ya Afrika?
Tumetoka West Africa tumeenda the southern part.
Gambia inakwanga wapi?
Gambia iko hapo katikati.
Ikielekea kule west.
Yes, Central African Republic hapo juu kidogo. It's a small little country hapo in the middle.
So tumetoka Central Africa.
Tumetoka Central West Africa.
Okay, sasa tunaelekea Southern Africa.
Tuko Zambia.
Kule kwa kina unkala kisa kala.
Sio huko.
They actually have that accent. Kuna watu ambao wako na South Africa wako hapo pia.
Well, yes, there's a manner in which they pronounce things, whether you're in Rhodesia.
Yes.
Now known as Zimbabwe.
Exactly.
Or Zambia.
Right.
Or Malawi. Or South Africa. There's a way in which they pronounce.
They speak and they talk.
Yes,
yes. They've got the same accent.
Yes, they do.
Yes, so when you're speaking to us, but a South African one is deeper. It's actually deeper.
Okay.
Zimbabwe is also equally deep, but not as deep as South Africa. But anyway, Zimbabwe.
No, Zambia.
Zambia, you say? Oh, we're in Zambia?
Yes.
Okay. Zambia is where we have the Wazimba people.
Do we?
I'm not sure, but Wazimba, because I remember this in history. This
was the history of which continent?
Africa.
Okay.
I remember we're being told there's a group of people called Wazimba, and they were actually cannibals. Na walikula wazungu properly huko venye wazungu walifika, made it very impossible for them to be colonized.
Who told that story?
My history teacher.
Na who wrote the book?
A book?
Yeah, kuna mtu aliandika hiyo kitabu sio?
Oh, okay. I could actually have gotten this wrong, but
no. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm actually just poking fun at you and trying to understand. Ya kwamba if you find that there was the book was written by somebody, a white person, okay, then it happens that what they consider to have been cannibals may not have been cannibals.
Okay, but I'll check that out. Because I'm Googling Wazimba and it's giving me Vazimba, and Vazimba tribe apparently are in Madagascar.
Well, you are right in the sense that the original Wazimba, if you're talking about the 16th century, emanated from around the Zambezi region.
Okay.
Okay? And you go to?
Uko kule Zambia kule.
Uko to, okay? But there were marauding people. Yani wao, walikuwa ni watu, they even got as far as East Africa.
Yes.
Okay?
Yes.
But the idea of them eating people was something which was circulated, but there isn't evidence to really support it firmly. So your teacher was not wrong.
Okay. Okay.
I was being facetious when I asked who wrote the history book. Because history of Africa is written by a white person.
Kidogo inakuanga.
No, ni vile naona. Sio ati ni uongo.
Ni yeye venye anajua.
Kulingana na mahali alikotoka.
There is the white truth, then there is the black truth,
yes.
Then there is the truth.
Yes.
Okay.
So
okay, so Zambia walisema vipi?
Do you know what Zambia was called before it got independence?
I think you said Rhodesia.
Very good.
Yeah.
Your memory is very good.
Yeah.
Yes.
Nakumbuka actually Rhodesia tukifunzwa tena by the same history teacher.
But when it became the Republic of Zambia in 1964, 24th October, that's when walipata independence. Then it got a new constitution, but that was in 2016.
Yes. Zambia is a country that has got a female president currently. No?
It had.
Who's the president of Zambia currently?
You're talking about Banda. Banda is Malawi.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
All right.
You're talking about Banda.
Okay.
There's a guy called Hakainde Achilewa.
He's the president.
Yeye ndio presidenti bwana.
Sawa.
Umesikia bwana?
Nimekusikiza bro.
Umesikiza?
Kabisa.
Sasa what do we methali.
Tupatie methali ya Zambia.
Right on.
Watu wa Zambia huko Zambezi walisemaje?
Okay. Don't start a fight just because your companion is strong.
Don't start a fight
just because your companion is strong.
Na agree na hiyo kabisa. Mara nyingi sana nimetembea na rafiki zangu wanachokozana, na nikisema rafiki na maanisha ladies, by they are the ones who do this.
Kweli?
At the club, yeah, ladies start fights.
Are you serious?
With anyone, yeah. Well, not all of them, of course, but when they get...
But that's the ones the ladies you've been known to hang out with.
So they start trouble in the club, and then they come to you, baby, imagine ule ananisumbua, and you're like, what the hell?
Naendi ameanza hiyo si.
Naendi ameanza hiyo vita, number 1. Number 2, mwenye amemsumbua ni bouncer wa club. How do you even fight the bouncer of the club?
Why do you even allow the word fight to feature in your mind?
Bas.
What should feature is reconciliation.
Yeah.
If I tell you just stay there.
Let me go deal with this guy.
Then go tell the guy,
bro, ni nini? Si unajua tu vitu amemeza zinamsumbua.
Bwana please.
Sawa wewe tulia.
Yes. That's the reconciliation.
Alafu naomba lakini kirudi pale hivyo nitakuangalia vibaya sana, wewe uelewe tu.
So. Okay.
Yeah, but yeah, they do that a lot.
Go tell her nimemwambia. Cheza na wewe. Fact.
Exactly. So we are always in trouble because of the ladies. So do not start a fight just because your companion is strong.
Yeah.
Tafadhali. He could be strong ki outlook, lakini anaweza tandikwa kama burukenge.
Bro, you know the
nyinyi wote mtandikwe kama burukenge.
Oh, those are things that happen.
Yeah.
Especially if people are in an atmosphere where they are imbibing all manner of things, mind-altering substances. When your mind is sufficiently altered, then you will do things which, during moments of sobriety, you will actually wonder what on earth got into you.
Yes, it's very true.
So you want to avoid all that.
Thank you so much for that, City.
Karibu sana.
Nisalimia watu kabla tuingie katika stories zetu.
Tafadhali fanya hivyo.
DMCK admin amesema it is Sifuna wa ODM is a struggle between power and real power. City, good morning. Paul, how are you? Well, good morning admin. How are you? Marit amesema, good morning kings and queens. I love Babu's strategy. Become MP, then governor, then take presidency. I foresee him being the first Luo president. Kitengela iko locked in. All right? What? You don't foresee him being the first Luo president?
Presidents of this country, by and large from the first one, are all unlikely presidents. All.
Okay.
If you look at the maths that was applied at the time and who was considered might be, and the one who ended up being.
Two different worlds.
Completely.
All right.
Completely. So it is important for somebody to air their view. But between now and the end of the month, just end of the month, not next year.
Yeah.
A lot is going to happen and a lot can change.
Ni kweli.
What the season we are in now is fluid.
Yes.
Yes. So one must see it as such. Yes.
All right.
You'll see enemies becoming friends before your eyes and you'll be wondering, what happened here? I thought. Yes, indeed you thought. This Kenyan politics is strange. It's very, very strange. Anyway, go on.
Douglas Kibogong says, morning City, even in our communities in Kenya, we come from the same community, but the sub-tribes in will not pronounce words the same. Very true, Douglas. And then there's G. Kirui, amesema Happy New Year. And then he's saying that he's from Harbin in China. Is it Harbin in China? He says, Xingyan Kuaile. I think that's Happy New Year.
Yeah, the whole of this month is there's
Chinese New Year.
Yes, they're celebrating the New Year.
Yeah. And remember there's a time, I can't remember when, but
it's a whole month.
Yeah. Some couple, like 4, maybe 5 years ago, they were celebrating, I think, the year of the dog or the year of the pig. It was a strange animal. Well, not strange, but it was an animal year that they were celebrating.
No, so, their years always have an animal.
So this could be the year of the tiger.
Well, yes, the Japanese also have the same thing.
Yes.
The year of the cow, the year of the
Baboon.
The year of the,
The year of the mosquito. So I wonder which year this is. But yeah, Xinyang Kwaile from Harbin, China. Thank you so much. Alafu kuna Zen amesema, morning fam, have a good one. Well, Zen, have a good one yourself as well. Why don't you log on to www.radiogeneration.co.ke.
This is the year of the fire horse.
The fire horse.
Fire as in moto, horse as in farasi.
Aha. Okay. So hii ni farasi moto.
Moto farasi.
Moto farasi.
Yes.
Ama farasi iliyowaka moto. Mwaka wa farasi moto.
Actually, all of it is correct. But I like the iliyowaka moto.
It's the year of the fiery horse.
No, fire horse.
Fire horse. So huu ni mwaka.
Yani kama fire station. Lakini sasa hii ni fire horse. Yes.
Farasi wa moto. Mimi naona hiyo ndio tunaenda nayo. Farasi wa moto. Thank you so much, people of China, for this beautiful year. Maybe you can let us know what is significant about the fiery horse. Meanwhile, si tuwe ndo unajuana na maambassador. Si tulete ambassador wa China huku ama high commissioner wa China.
Ndajaribu.
Aje atuambie huu mwaka wa moto wa farasi tuwategemea nini ama tuwazingatia nini katika maisha yetu.
Wow, the way they go about these things, these animals.
Yes.
Zinapewaga some 12-year cycle.
Oh.
Yes. So kama
it's like the zodiac is 13.
So from now another 12 years ndio farasi
itarudi tena.
Lakini yes. Ndio hivyo.
Sawa. Shukran kwa ndugu zetu wa China. Tunatumianga vitu zao mingi sana, including my phone. It's a Chinese and I'm looking to buy another Chinese phone. It's a good phone. Can I tell you what the story is making headlines?
Mazuri fanya nini weekend by the way?
Niliangalia game yetu ya Liverpool jana. We were playing against Nottingham and that is why I got a Chinese. But we beat Nottingham 1-0. Tuliponea hivi, we scored, I can't even remember which.
Yeah, neno chupu chupu.
Then yesterday Arsenal also played against another team. They thrashed them properly. I'm forgetting which one. Man City also did something. Did they draw? I think Man City drew. I can't remember. But this weekend was an interesting one as far as sports is concerned. Ilishika tena sana. Gor Mahia pia walichuana na wakashinda mchezo wao. AFC Leopards pia walicheza na wakashinda mchezo wao. So big shout out to those particular teams I have mentioned. But right now, let's check out what's trending as far as radiogeneration.co.ke is concerned. DCI accuses Linda Mwananchi camp of arming supporters during Kakamega rally. Now, Linda Mwananchi is the Sifuna faction, right? Let's see what the DCI is saying about this. They're saying, this is a story by Samuel Otieno. So amesema hivi, the Directorate of Criminal Investigations has faulted organizers of the Linda Mwananchi rally, accusing them of arming their supporters during the Kakamega event held on Saturday, February 21st, 2026. Now, in an incident linked to a fatal mob attack in Mbale town in Viga County, that is what happened. In a statement issued after the incident, the DCI strongly condemned what it termed as mob injustice that resulted in the death of 35-year-old George Orlando Otobe, also known as Omundu. This is during a political gathering held in the region. So, according to preliminary investigations, Otobe allegedly stabbed Hussein Hassan in the head following an altercation at around noon, prompting bystanders to turn on him in retaliation. Now, the enraged crowd fatally assaulted Otobe before police officers could restore order.
So how is that connected to arming?
Well, in a statement,
an altercation between two people. Okay.
Yes.
Where does
yeah. And I don't know
the organizers of this rally, which was in Kakamega.
Exactly.
Okay. How are these two things connected?
Exactly. Good question, City, because now they are saying that according to the DCI, in a statement issued after the incident, they strongly condemned what it termed as mob injustice that resulted in the death of 35-year-old George Orlando Otobe, also known as Omundu. Does it
no, they're talking about mob justice.
Yes, and they're saying, because according to this headline, DCI accuses Linda Mwananchi camp of arming supporters during Kakamega rally. Why would they arm them? If they didn't arm them in Kitengela, they didn't arm them in Busia, Why would they specifically arm them in Kakamega? What is so special about Kakamega?
I don't know, but DCI, I am going to give them the benefit of doubt in this sense. Why would they come out and just say these people were armed if they were not armed?
Yeah, and what evidence do they have to that effect?
I would argue that they probably know something we don't know.
Yes.
But let me be, should we say, a little conspiratorial here. Whenever the government wants to clamp down on a certain organization, it first of all determines that it is doing things which are illegal.
Actually, you're right, because there's Swahili methali that, is it an English one? Chambilecho wahenga. When a hyena wants to eat its young, it accuses them of smelling like goats. Yeah.
So it is very likely that people who are armed, and where I do not fault them, gatherings such as that, they are self-appointed security people, and they tend to be armed with sticks.
Yeah.
Okay. That is a culture that has grown over time in this country. Okay, it didn't start yesterday.
Yeah.
We saw during the Gen Z protests of 2025, where there were goons being escorted by policemen, no less, harassing protesters. Okay? So the issue of goons being armed, it appears like it has crept into the country and it's become part of our culture. So when there's a large gathering, you expect there to be hoodlums.
Yeah.
With such a large gathering, that there was no mayhem and that an all-out fight did not break out,
yes,
is to be commended.
And so if I echo what you have said in terms of when Gava wants to clamp down on people,
this is me being a naysayer. If I go by what I've seen in the past,
yes,
if there's something they want to do, they preempt it by creating a certain narrative that will then justify what they want to do. But that having been said, this is me trying to be a naysayer.
Yeah.
DCI have no reason to say what they're saying if it isn't true. None. Unless somebody can give me a reason as to why they would do so.
Yes.
See, I've already provided a naysaying perspective. But now, we saw people with rods and staffs and so forth during the rally. Remember when there was one young person who was caught and was going near the podium, and Babu Wino saying, "Please, don't stop beating that guy," and saying, "Come up, come." Yes. So yes, and all those fellows, you could see all these things being waved in the air.
Yeah.
So there were people there who were actually armed. So DCI are not shooting in the dark here.
Well, you know what? I guess we shall know when we know.
Yes, we will.
Ruto to launch construction of Thika Museum Hill Expressway in September. Nyereke gwire. Acha tuisome vizuri ili tuelewane. President William Ruto has announced plans to launch the construction of the Thika Museum Hill Expressway in September, aimed at easing long-standing traffic congestion between Thika and Museum Hill. Okay. Speaking during a church service at Jesus Christ Compassion Ministry in Ruiru, Kiambu County on Sunday, President Ruto revealed that the government has already allocated significant funds to infrastructure projects in the county. The president highlighted the ongoing road project connecting Pangani to Ndenderu, noting that it is earmarked for dualling at an estimated cost of 22 billion. In addition to the Pangani-Ndenderu corridor, President Ruto announced plans to extend the road network from Kamakis to Kiambu town. Kiangase. Sasa, watu wa Thika Superhighway, watu wa Thika Road basically, brace thyselves for something called traffic. I remember during the construction of the expressway from town to Mlolongo, bro, that thing, kuna wakati watu walikuwa nalala kwa barabara for up to even 15 hours plus. Personally, nimeika kwa one spot. When I say one spot, I literally mean where you switch off the engine and you sleep. I have ever stayed there for 7 hours. 7.
Nilikuwa naenda wapi?
Nilikuwa naenda home.
What happened?
Traffic too. msongamano wa magari because of the construction. Cars are not allowed on the road, so you have to use what we call road shoulders. Now kuna watu wanataka kuenda different directions, they're exiting the road, others are joining the road, and that thing can get messy. So there's a time you just switch off your phone because there's a section of the road that is being constructed and you can't use it, and you have reached there. So what do? And there's no alternative. You can't go back. You have a million cars behind you, and you can't go forward. You have 17 bulldozers ahead of you. Na wameshaekelea sijukini wanaekelea na hauwezi pita hapo. You just switch off your car and you sleep. Then now you have some idiots who decide to overlap, and others on the other side have also done the same. So nyinyi wote mmepatana, hakuna mtu anaweza pita mwingine. So na polisi wanakuja hapo na wanakuangalia tu vizuri. Wanakuuliza ulikuwa unaenda wapi? Na mnaangaliana, and that is the end. Na mnakaa kwa barabara until such a time these bulldozers move. Then now, because they're not going to stop constructing it because you guys want to go home or you want to go to work. They are on a clock and they will do their thing. Their timetable has got to timetable. So mnapatana hapo nyinyi wote na mnazima engine na mnakaa. I don't want to imagine the number of people who probably lost their lives or their health conditions got worse because of the traffic situation that was on Mombasa Road. That thing was cray. Na unajaribu kuelezea mpoa wako kule nyumbani that ni traffic, anakuambia pana, ulikuwa kwa mwanamke mwingine. Ulikuwa stress mingi city
sana.
All right, it's time for us to do the traffic. Let's check out what's happening on the roads of Nairobi. Na niambie mali mmekwama maybe. Ngong Road City nakaa hivi. There's this stretch at Ring Road Kilimani. That place is bumper to bumper right now. There's another one at Joseph Kangetho Road. Also that one, a small traffic snarl up. But you guys are moving quite well. Pale, the Junction Mall. Your place imeshikamana by the way. But I can see there's some hope as far as movement is concerned. Naivasha Road not looking bad. Gitanga Road, Kikambala or Loitoktok kule sehemu za Lavington zote zinakaa ziko sawa. If you're joining James Gishuru Road, heading towards Waiyaki Way, you guys are moving quite well. Lower Kabete uko mko sawa pia. And then of course we are talking about the Waiyaki Way itself looking clean. There's this road we were just discussing known as Thika Road. Yeah, this place looks nasty. And when they do construct that expressway, trust me, nothing much really changes. It only changes for those ones who are using the expressway. As for the rest of y'all wananchi, barabara ni ile na inaendelea kukaa tu vivi hivi. For example, traffic on Mombasa Road hasn't necessarily eased up, but those who are in a hurry at least will get to pay an extra coin as they use the expressway. Ninaona hii barabara inaitwa Kangundo Road, not looking bad. As you're heading towards Umoja One Market, yes, that place is bumper to bumper at this particular time. Mutindwa inakaa vizuri tena sana. So basically that entire Outer Ring Road, no complaints. Airport North Road also moving quite smoothly at this particular hour. CBD Nairobi looking good. You guys are moving quite well. Let's check out Mombasa Road, not Mombasa Road, but Mombasa County. Mombasa County on the island. Actually today looks fairly clean. You guys are moving quite well. The usual suspects akina Sheikh Abdullah leo wako sawa sawa. Moi Avenue naona iko sawa sawa. Ingine ni Nkuruma Road iko sawa sawa. Langoni Road pia iko sawa sawa. But if you see something I need to know, well, you know where to find me.
Traffic on Radio Generation.
All right, let's check out the newspaper. Starting with the Standard newspaper. At the very front there inasema, the dynamic duo, and they have a picture of Embakasi East MP Babu Wino, Nairobi Senator Edwin Sifuna. They are calling it Thirst for Change. With 2 lives lost as the state reverts to its old habit of using violence to protect power, the country's youth are rallying behind the Mimi Ndiye Sifuna, Sisi Ndio Sifuna slogans. Political analysts say recent ODM clashes have lifted the fog over party alignments, revealing a growing desire for a younger generation to carry Kenya's aspirations into 2027. Now, the 2 most dynamic figures now tasked with sustaining this momentum are embattled ODM Secretary General Edwin Sifuna and Embakasi East MP Babu Owino.
Let me ask a question.
Please ask.
the two deaths that they speak of and which they attribute to police brutality, the one in Kitengela was shot.
Yes.
Okay. The other one?
Kuna mwenye amekufa Kakamega?
So how is that police brutality?
This is according to the standard.
Yes, and that's what I'm asking.
Perhaps when we read pages 4, 5, 6, and 7, they have explained exactly how this is connected to police brutality.
Proceed.
Yeah, but according to Professor Peter Kagwanja, and I said, remember, there is also the restiveness of the country, and it is helping Sifuna and Babu. So Sifuna and team are here to stay and ultimately could square it out with the united opposition. They are going to change the political equation. Let me ask you, if they do decide to go it alone, that means they don't join united opposition or the opposition for this matter, and they also do not, continue with the ODM direction. So that means they are not part of the Kenya Kwanza coalition. If at all, there will be one. And now we have like a third horse, because now we shall have a presidential candidate from the united opposition. We have a presidential candidate from UDA stroke Kenya Kwanza stroke ODM. Then perhaps these two decide also to produce their own presidential candidate, and because they have a backing of their own.
The more the merrier.
The more the merrier, but also what does that mean for President Ruto? Because I feel like someone is going to have an easy day, either President Ruto or someone from the united opposition.
Not necessarily. This is one of those situations where we may need to go for a runoff.
Exactly.
And in a runoff, the president is likely to lose that election.
In a runoff?
Yes. You see...
So let's assume Sifuna here is a presidential candidate. I don't know, maybe Babu is his DP.
Let's look at them dividing votes. The united opposition, Kalonzo,
yes,
and the other older folk have their people who support them.
Yes.
Sifuna and his younger folk are people who support them while Orengo is not that young. Then,
yes.
Then the president has his say.
Yes.
And votes are divided.
Nam.
If nobody gets 50 plus 1, we go for runoff.
Yes, we do.
Now, why I said that the likelihood of the president losing is high is because of historical factors.
Such as?
If you look at what we've had from the advent of multipartyism in 1992, the first election held in 1992, there are those who said the president got 38%, some say 40, but it was less than 50. We didn't have the 50 plus 1 rule, he won. The following election, he got even less. If you look at the votes that the opposition or whatever composition they represented, they got more votes. It took them to get to 2002, 10 years down the line, to understand that the chances of winning require them getting together. But what we then introduced into our politics was coalition politics. So whoever wins an election from that point onwards, from 2002, it's a coalition. The opposition are a coalition. Whoever ends up being in power is a coalition. Now, what is also true about each and every electoral cycle that we have is that the first year of any presidential position is usually tumultuous.
Yes.
People are disappointed, people are unhappy, and it's just that we forget. That first year is never easy for any president. Now, we then have the conversation of a re-election, and the hope is that you will have the same coalition that you had before, but
it never seems to be so.
That's the point. The coalition moves and goes somewhere else. So you have to find a new coalition. With every electoral cycle that we've had, we see this happening. Now, the constant in the election from 2002 to 2022, there was one individual called Raila Odinga, who always featured very prominently in this, either as somebody who was vying for a presidential seat throughout those elections. Okay, Raila Odinga is no longer there. Okay, but we have his party ODM, which at the moment appears to be fractured. So the question you ask yourself is, if indeed there are three different groupings, the likelihood of anybody getting 50 plus 1 is diminished. Okay, that immediately takes us to a runoff. Our understanding is, if the coalition, the opposition rather, understand that to win they need to get together, then they will definitely win. And the likelihood of the president lose that election is high. However, if the president is able to convince one of the groupings to join him, then he will win. But the question is, which grouping would it be? Because for them to have been in their own grouping, it means they did not want to join the president, because the option to join the president's coalition was always there.
I mean, the United Opposition can join the president for sure. I think for them it's easy for them to actually join hands with the president right now and say, you know what, we have come to an understanding. With
Kenya is bigger than us.
Yes, with President Ruto. So therefore, United Opposition is now the new United Front for Kenya.
Yes, exactly.
Then they support President Ruto, and then they get a second term to 2022.
Actually, if that happened, the likelihood of them losing would even be higher.
Okay. Now, because akina Sifuna for sure 150% mali wamefika saizi, if they were to join the president, they would have lost what I consider credibility.
Not only credibility, they will have dented whatever it is that these young people are trying to make a point on. However,
na watachukiwa kama watu wengine wenye tumekuwa tukiona wakichukiwa online.
Oh yes.
I still don't understand why Kenyans are some Kenyans of course have this bile against Makoure. I honestly don't get it. Wanakasirika naye because alijoin ODM. Like, I honestly do not get why they're angry with this guy.
Well, ask yourself, of the people who post on social media, how many are really angry?
I don't know.
At the 10, at the 20, at the 30.
But you know, not yesterday, a couple of days ago, I think it was either on Thursday or Friday, he was in town. And some young Kenyans, you could see them chasing him away. And he was trying to address them, and they wouldn't hear none of it. And I was like, has it been that bad? Then I asked myself, wenye walikuwa na lead Gen Z wakati wa protest, we're talking about Makoure, Morara Kebaso. We're also talking about this other gentleman,
Boniface Mwangi.
Kuna Boniface Mwangi na kuna huyo jamaa wa magari Khalif Cairo. Bro, watu isipokuwa maybe Boniface Mwangi ish, but watu wengine wote hawana mabeste venye walikuwa like ile crowd walikuwa nayo haiko anymore.
No, they matured. The thing is this. There are those who are still in the idealistic stage where they believe that the pursuit of politics is a straight line.
Yeah.
It's never been. They will mature in due course. They'll understand the politics that they believe in.
Yeah.
You see, that somebody has decided to take a position and join a political party, that's his decision.
Yes.
There's neither wrong or right. It's neither good nor bad. That's what they've decided to do.
It's a democratic right.
Yes. Now the interpretation is where the problem comes in, because there are those who interpret it as a betrayal.
Yeah.
I mean, if somebody leaves one party and joins the other, is it a betrayal? No.
You know, I've gotten, like, every time we are hosting Makoure here, I get texts, even from people who I consider mature.
Sane and sober.
Mature in terms of understanding. Mtu anuliza, yani mumeamua kuhost huo msaliti. And I'm like, guys, he is a Kenyan. He has a voice. He has an opinion. The same way you and I have one. And even those people who are questioning me about hosting this msaliti, even they have a right and opinion.
He can join whichever party he sees fit.
So judge him on his principles, judge him on his actions, but not on his political affiliations.
What I find strange, Kamau Ambiu was among the people who was that Gen Z movement.
Yes, he was.
He joined Jubilee. How come there's not so much angst against him?
I don't know.
And he's not the only one.
Yeah.
There are many others who have since joined political parties. Yes. And he and Makoure are youth leaders. There are other youth leaders who were not necessarily on the forefront of the Gen Z movement, but they're in political parties. Why is there no angst against them?
Okay, is it that they wanted these folks to have their own political party? Let's not forget that the slogan at the time was partyless, leaderless, tribeless. And maybe there's another less I'm forgetting. But, you know, if like, what's the idea here? You want these people to stand as independents?
No,
or to lead you as independents?
You know, that particular chant was nice. The sound bites were good. It was very far removed from reality.
Yeah.
Partyless.
Because even when Boniface Mwangi said that he wants to run for president...
Bro, The excitement around Boniface Mwangi's, you heard what I said.
Yes.
Around his announcement for presidency. It's the same excitement that people in Kwale have when they say they've caught a coconut thief.
Yes.
They're asking, why are you catching this guy?
Mwachilieni.
Coconut
ni nyingi.
ziko nyingi bwana. Shida iko wapi? And yet, Boniface stood out as somebody carrying people who had been shot, doing all manner of things. So you ask yourself, these so-called young people and these so-called people who seem to have a lot of voice, what do they want?
You know, young people need to make up their minds and, number one, choose the leaders that they want. But number two, they have got to identify those leaders also amongst themselves.
I think they find it easier to group around people they don't like.
And criticize them.
Yes.
And hate on them.
Yes. Because it carries on the same mantra that they had before of saying this about the government. Now you transfer that to an individual. Okay? It is the process of understanding themselves and understanding the politics. Okay?
Yes. But there's something funny. Sifuna is in the same ODM.
Yes, he has not left.
Sioni wakimchukia.
No.
Nani, what's his name? Babu Owino is in the same ODM.
No, these guys, none of them have left. They have not left
ODM. Sioni wakimchukia.
No.
Caleb Amisi, sioni wakimchukia.
Yes.
And many others who are there. Richard Onyonka was here the other day. He even admitted to accepting fuel money. Sioni wakimchukia. So what's the deal?
It tells me that there are people, specific people.
Yes.
Who are upset with Makure.
So this is a gentleman called Makure, probably trying to change something within his party. You might disagree with him, fine.
But that's the path he has chosen.
Exactly. Morara Kabasi kafika mali mpaka akaachana na politics because he was like, you guys...
Amerudi mali alikuwa kitambo, and believe me, he's doing an excellent job.
Yeah.
Yes.
He tried joining politics and changing it.
He figured no.
And he saw here is a political party I can join and try and change things there. Wakamuonesha chuki mingi. The guy went into depression. He even said, you know what? It's never this serious.
Yes.
Yeah.
Let me do other things.
Boniface Mwangi has been fighting for you. The guy has been beaten. He has been incarcerated. He has been through
this heaven and hell. And yet, they do not. You do the needle moving for Boniface Mwangi? No. So what do these guys want?
Akaitisha kiti cha ubunge, mkamunyima.
Yes.
Sasa ameitisha cha uraisi. Coconut thief na yeye hawana difference. Sasa surely young people need to make a choice.
No. Actually,
yes.
What they are telling us is that they're not very clear about what it is that they stand for.
And that is how and why they might lose if they do not make a decision. If they don't make up their minds. In 2027, they will still find themselves in the same place. And we shall have maandamano in the year 2028 and 2029 until 2032.
What will happen is with every maandamano, many young people will leave and they will join political parties or they'll form their own. Yes. That movement, which began in 2024, was a movement, and it ushered in a completely new era.
Yes.
And it is a wonderful thing.
Yes.
If you follow the history of many of these elderly politicians we have in the country, they began in the same way. Some of them began when they're in university.
Yeah. They were
Gen Z. Their whole thinking and the way they look at life was the same. But over time,
inafikanga mali muna realize ose
kitu,
you cannot, there's no way chaos will get you anywhere.
No.
Organization does.
It does. And secondly,
you
need a cover. That's what a political party does for you. It gives you power. Cover.
So whether you join ODM, Wiper or any other,
form your own.
Actually, the best is form your own.
Yes.
So that now people can judge you on your own outfit, the one that you decided. So that easy vitu mlikuwa mnasema ODM na Wiper wanafanya na Jubilee na UDA wanafanya, sasa si tuanze kuwa judge on the same. Kama UDA walikuwa wanafanya grassroots elections zao vibaya, tuanze kuwa judge na venye mnafanya zenu. Kama watu walikuwa wanapatiwa direct nominations, tuanze kuwa judge on your direct nominations. Kama MPs wenu watakuwa na vote a certain way in parliament, tuanze kuwa judge from that perspective. But now I feel like it is redundant to start attacking akina Makore, Morara, just because they have made a stand and they have decided, I'm not going to be on the fence anymore. I'm actually going to be in or out.
There are people who thrive on finding mistakes and poking fingers and pointing fingers.
True.
That's where they get their jollies from. That's what gives them a kick.
Yes.
Yes.
Wacha tuangalie Daily Nation front page inasema nini. 11 billion Talanta Stadium scandal. So according to the president on February 7th, alisema hivi, they were casting doubts but we trusted the process. Now look, see for yourselves, Talanta Stadium is right here. This is huge. You will love it. All right. So anasema President Ruto has showcased project as a success story. But according to price variation, audit says contract sum rose to 45.8 billion. That is up from 35 billion without explanation. Illegal procurement, again, so no justification for bypassing open tendering system. The AG's approval was never sought as required by law for contracts worth over 5 billion. And then lopsided agreement imposes heavy penalties for delays to pay contractor. This is cost overruns. Matiang'i tours Gusii amid Mount Kenya jitters. This story is on page 7. Kenyans foot 175 million bill for Uhuru judges blunder. So President Uhuru Kenyatta's refusal in 2020 to appoint for 20 judges, even after court orders, was a potent mix of politics, espionage and executive hardball that taxpayers continue to pay for 5 years later. That story is on page 3. So the African golfer holds nerve to win 60 million Magical Kenya Open top prize. 60 million. You can check that on the back page. Situ kuna gazeti gani?
Mimi niko na Business Daily. How Uganda board seat fight put KPC sale at risk. Uganda had threatened and told them they were withdrawing from this IPO. Remember the pipeline feeds into Uganda. Yeah. So, Uganda secured 2 seats in the board of the Kenya Pipeline Company after last-ditch crunch talks saved the sale of the government's 65% stake in the firm from collapse. 5 people familiar with the talks said Uganda had threatened to walk away from KPC initial public offering because of a lack of legal commitment, offering Kampala at least 2 board seats in the company whose sale has struggled to hit target. They've kept extending the Ninyo. Okay?
Well, Kenya wamesota, unless now they open it up. I'm assuming this is probably true because I don't know how IPOs really work. It's an initial public offer, obviously.
I also don't know how these things actually work. So I usually wait for the outcome.
So this IPO, was it, first of all, open to just the Kenyan public, or is it open to Kenyans and when you wako nje pia manamna gani?
Ilifunguliwa kila mtu.
Kila mtu. Kumaanisha hata mtu kutoka Berlin, Germany, angepiga na aseme I want some shares there. Okay.
What they normally do with such things, from what I know, when I demarcate certain portions for wananchi watukufu, like that.
Okay.
So that at least the wananchi have an opportunity to buy. If you leave it simply open wide, hakuna wananchi watatoboa.
Yeah.
Yes.
Unajua shida ya mbogi hapa Kenya ni moja tu. Kusota. Let me tell you for a fact.
Mbogi is what?
Mbogi ni watu.
Watu binadamu.
Binadamu hapa Kenya. Nikisema hii ni mbogi ya City Muga na maisha ni watu wako. But anyway, mbogi ya Kenya right now, Kenyans basically are very broke.
We're broke.
People are broke.
I agree with you.
So if we were expecting Kenyans to really buy into this IPO, chances are not many are in a position to actually afford it.
In the Star, there's a picture of Kalonzo and Rigathi, and then there's a picture of President Ruto and the Kiambu governor. They were both in churches. This is another thing about our politics. Huh? People who would be political leaders spend a lot of time in churches.
Yeah, okay.
Every Sunday you find them in this church or the other church. Part of the reason is because the followers of the Christian faith in this country are very many.
Yes.
And it helps to show them that you are aligned to them. Whether this gets your vote is a completely different matter, but it helps.
And also the fact that Kenyans will, Christians rather, you know for a fact, many of them will be on in church on Sunday.
Yes. Yeah. It's a free audience.
The way you know Muslims will be at a mosque on Friday.
Yes.
Kwa wingi.
So this one, you know for a fact they will be there.
Yes.
And this is a crowd you don't need to coerce.
But I've never seen our politicians going to mosques, unless maybe I don't pay enough attention.
Yeah, but people don't politic at mosques.
Yes.
No.
So mosques don't allow it?
People don't politic at mosques.
It's just prayer and leave.
Kwisha, go.
Hii ingine
It is a house of prayer, full stop.
Yes. Hii ingine ya
Hiyo ingine go 100 meters away. Wende uongee mambo yako. Lakini si hapa.
Ama ungoje tu akitoka cha useme okay guys. Assalamu alaikum, okay, just gather here.
No,
so, you don't do that.
Nope. Nope, you do not. You do not. Separate functions. That you don't do in that environment, that space.
Yeah.
And they know.
Because I also see politicians insulting people in church. Mtu anaenda pale anasema mbele anasema wale wajinga wengine.
Why these people allow politicians to speak in church is what I don't understand.
But also
allow them to say hello and sit down.
If we're going to be honest, let's just say it out loud, because the clergy in churches, to be specific, those guys are given money and they take it.
Bro, me they're giving money and taking money is not even my subject of discussion.
The moment a politician comes to you,
why do you? No.
Let me finish my sentence. The moment a politician goes to a pastor, a bishop, whatever you want to call them, a priest, and they tell them, look, here is some 20 million for your church, but also here is some 2 million for you, for your own personal development. Najua kuna watoto, they probably need some fees. Hii ni yako, but kuna 20 million ya kanisa. But hii ni yako. So on Sunday I shall be coming with my cronies. We'll just need to address the crowd and then we go.
Address the crowd outside the church, please.
Pastor ameona 20 million. Na sasa wako na kanisa kanatoshana hivi na amekuwa akiambia kanisa wafanye harambee a expand. Anaona flock venye nakuja, yani anaonanga kila Sunday sadaka yake inakuanga close to 300,000. Na anaona akiexpand kanisa kila Sunday atakuwa anapata 3 million. Hiyo pesa atachukua haraka sana.
That may be so. But in my opinion it is wrong.
Very wrong. Very wrong.
That is what I like about the Roman Catholics. Haki, nobody is going to give you time to speak. Zero. Wave, best. Sit.
It's a wrap. Toa sadaka kama wale wengine.
The Anglicans began to understand it. These mainstream churches have gotten it. Yeah, they'll tell you, Nani, just say hello and sit, please. Not hivyo. And
you know, even politicians know which churches, they know the knobs to
Yeah. These ones which are free, Holy Ghost, Pentecostal, flying over the moon, they're just sort of like churches. Those ones, where
the left hand of the Father.
Yes.
Fiery church.
After restoration. This one,
yes.
Those ones have owners. Na huo pastor ndio mwenye kanisa. Literally. Okay?
If anything, every Sunday anashanganga mheshimiwa mganya anakuja leo.
Those ones they can have a go at it. So
all right. So let's see who's saying hi before we get into the news. Wilfred, how are you doing? This is who? Well, Wilfred Okong amesema Man City 1-1 over Newcastle. Oh yes, thank you Wilfred. And then ref anasema zima yo kitu na ufunike na jacket.
that was the new.
I think it's when I did that Chinese thing, eh?
Well, actually what happened?
Yeah.
That was the tear gas canister. That's what Akina Sifuna said.
Zima yo kitu na uweke kwa jacket.
Well, they didn't say work. I said cover it with the
zima yo kitu na ufunike na jacket.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Honest man says one time. Dr. Ozeo Koech says good morning City. Mambo Paul tuning in from Colombia. Ref anasema Morara alichapwa while Kasmuel was busy praising his regime. This regime, sorry. Makure is hated mostly by people from Mlima just the same way they hated Raila. And by the way, maneno ya runoff 20 kwa imagination can't happen in Kenya. That is according to my Take 2.0. Sungura Wetu amesema, so how do you define msaliti if most of politicians changing parties like that, leo wako na Gen Z, then kesho UDA, are they not wasaliti? Exactly, Sungura. Those are the same questions we've been asking. And then there's a Ref pia amesema, in Bomas is when Kasamweri lost it. Okay. Douglas Kibogong says, someone said Gen Zs are like children in the house. You buy apples and they bite one at a time. Then there's Paul Namai anasema, I see why only hiyo nitairuka. Then there is My take 2.2 amesema, but City, you are contradicting yourself. There's a day I said politics and church should not mix and you disagreed big time. So why now question the same thing you are against? Maybe it depends on the context. Muimba anasema Roman Catholic got it, no politics. Kenya Holmes amesema good morning Naivasha, iko locked in. Asante sana watu wa Naivasha for locking it in. We want to take a short break for the news, and then when we return, of course, we check out what's making headlines.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Anglican Archbishop Jackson Olisapete has called on the Independent Electoral Boundaries Commission to take firm action to control violence fueled by early campaigns. Sapete says it's the Commission's responsibility to control politicians accused of using youth to fuel chaos across the country. His comments come amid heightened political activity ahead of next year's general election.
Wawe waangalifu pamoja na EACC na tabia za wale ambao wanajitokeza ili tuchuje mapema kujua huyu ni mhalifu, huyu ana kesi hii, ili tuweze kupata watu ambao Wakenya wataamini na Wakenya wataweza kusema hawa ni watu ambao wanaaminika. Na nataka kutahadharisha Wakenya kwamba hawa ambao tunawasoesha pesa ya fujo na furugu, wakati hata tutakuwa tumemaliza hiyo siasa, watakuwa wamesoea hizo hela na watakuwa natoa furugu na watakuwa majambazi.
Interior Principal Secretary Raymond Omolo has warned politicians in Migori County and across the country against using young people to cause violence. Speaking in Suna West sub-county during a church service, he said the government will take firm action against anyone found responsible. He added leaders should not use violence to threaten their rivals or disrupt political meetings.
And we will not allow anyone else, even those who are engaged in youthful misadventure, who are trying to misuse our young people, to take them to the streets, to fight because of misadventures that will lead them nowhere. Those who are seeking cheap publicity, we will not allow you. And we will also not allow you to play reverse psychology on us.
Embu Governor Cecily Mbarire has come out in support of Deputy President Kithure Kindiki, saying leaders allied to the government will not give up the position despite growing political interest in the office. Speaking at a public event, Mbarire said some individuals are eyeing the deputy presidency because of its rising influence. She said those calling for the seat have recognized the impact and the power of the office, adding that Kindiki has performed well in his role.
Tunataka kuambia mchana Profesa Kithure Kindiki ambaye ni deputy wa Kenya mzima. Huyu profesa na hiyo kiti ya deputy, huyu ni wetu na nobody can tunya us. Hii kiti ni yetu na nobody can. Kwa hivyo yule anataka mchezo ajaribu tu, tutapambana. Lakini hatuachili hii kiti. Profesa ameonyesha hata sio deputy wa pande hii peke yake.
Bomet Senator Hilary Sigei has condemned what he called a violent and politically driven attack after he and his team were targeted during a church service in Sigor Ward, Chepalungu sub-county. In a statement, the senator said the incident happened at about 2 p.m. yesterday while he was attending a service at Kabolwo Deliverance Church. He claimed that a group of people stormed the church shortly after he arrived, disrupted the service, and targeted members of his entourage. Mexico's most wanted man and the leader of the feared Jalisco New Generation drug cartel has been killed during a security operation. To arrest him, the defense ministry has said. Nemesio Oseguera, known as El Mencho, died on Sunday as he was taken to the capital, Mexico City, after being seriously injured in clashes between his supporters and the army. 4 CGNG members were killed in the town of Tapalpa, the central western Jalisco state. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights. Radio Generation.
A very good morning to you and welcome back to Radio Generation. It is now 6.5 minutes for 7 o'clock. How are you doing? Indeed, it is the 23rd day of February. We're actually coming to the end of this is the last week. So we're coming to the end of the month as far as February is concerned. Tutaacha kusema Happy New Year very soon, but we have another opportunity to actually say that this morning, and we do have an economist with us from the IC group, that is Churchill Ogutu. Churchill, a very good morning to you and welcome to Radio Generation.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you too.
Year
Yeah?
to you, yes.
Good, things are good? Yeah?
Things are good, yeah.
According to you, tunasema Happy New Year hadi lini?
Yeah, see, back on March 15th thereabout.
March 15th thereabout.
Yeah, so still have some 2-3 weeks thereabout to go. Yeah.
All right. So City has this thing that he does every morning. Probably you know about it. Nimethali.
Oh.
Last week we were in a place called the Gambia. This week we are in Zambia. Yeah. Is it Zambia or Zimbabwe? Zimbabwe.
No, Zambia.
Zambia, eh?
Yes.
All right. So we are in Zambia today.
Wow, okay.
Actually, the whole of this week shall be in Zambia.
Wow.
City, over to you.
Thank you. Don't start a fight just because your companion is strong. What do you think the Zambians meant by this?
Don't start a fight.
Just because your companion is strong.
Oh, I don't know.
Cheza na mimi bwana, unajua mimi ndugu ya nani?
Wow, I think that's that. I don't know what was in their minds when they came with that.
Right.
But I mean, it just speaks to. I mean, you need to measure up your opponent.
Yes.
But also not to just to be picky, just to see the bouncer and then you're like, I'm saying lazima nivukane. So just to measure up your opponent rather, just to know, okay, some people you don't want to mess with. So yes,
I actually gave him something similar to what you've just said when I was interpreting it for myself. You know the way you'd go to a club with maybe your significant other, then they start a fight with the bouncer, then they run back to you when things are hot. They're like, babe, imagine William Sana and Isumbu. And you're like, why on earth are you fighting the bouncer?
Exactly. So why would you pick some fights with some people?
Exactly.
I mean, it's just better off to run away than to get into a fight.
No matter who you are or no matter who you're with.
Exactly,
yeah. There's
a saying in my mother tongue.
Right.
They say, when a strong man has stepped on your mother's pipe, it's your mother whom you quarrel with. You ask, mother, why do you go around leaving your pipe in places where people can step on it?
And you ask the stepper, bro, pole sana.
That's wisdom, obviously.
All right. Thank you so much, Churchill, for that.
Yeah.
Tell us a little bit about the IC Group as we get into this conversation for those who do not know IC Group.
Well, thanks for the opportunity. So IC Group is a Pan-African financial services company based across a number of African countries, Ghana, Mauritius, the person representing Kenya, East Africa, a larger part of East Africa. So we deal with what you call asset management, managing of assets, pension funds. We have wealth management. We have now the trading of shares and bonds across a number of exchanges. So and on corporate finance or investment banking. So that's pretty much what a financial services company will be, but across a number of African countries.
All right.
Yeah.
Good stuff.
Yeah.
Kenya's new Eurobond. How many Eurobonds does Kenya have?
To be honest, I think should be around 10 thereabout, if I'm not mistaken, inclusive of these two new ones. 10 Eurobonds.
You know, me, I only know of two.
Which one?
The very first one. And then now a second one, which apparently I understand never really got to us. We took about 250 billion Kenya shillings that we can't explain where it went to, but now you're telling us there are 10.
Yeah.
So kuna zingine zimechukuliwa hapa katikati.
Yes. So the Eurobonds you're speaking to are the ones we picked in 2014.
Okay.
So there was one that matured in 2019, and then the last one, the 2019 was around $750 million.
Yes. $750 million. That is how much money Kenya
so right now,
borrowed.
For the bond that matured in 2019, and then the balance that matured in 2024 was around $2 billion. So current exchange rate is around 260 billion Kenya shillings.
Okay.
So, but those ones have matured. But now we have some close to 10 Eurobonds that are still outstanding as we speak right now, which is around 10. That's around $10 billion. So that's around 1.3 trillion Kenya shillings.
Okay.
That's still outstanding.
These monies that we borrow, what are we usually borrowing them for?
So part of it starts from the budget. We have the budget, typical with any budget, be it even at an household level, individual level. You have expenditures that you need to meet, and then you have the revenue. But it happens that for Kenya, our revenue is not able to meet the expenditure, so we have to borrow. We borrow. We borrow domestically. So by domestically is now the bonds that are issued on a monthly basis, and also we have on a weekly basis what we call treasury bills. So that's on the domestic side borrowing. And then you have also borrowing externally, which has different components. We have the bilateral borrowing, which comprises like the borrowing from the likes of China or even other countries. That's on a bilateral basis, country to country basis. We have what you call multilateral borrowing, World Bank, IMF. So exactly. So that's part of the multilateral borrowing. And then you have now the commercial borrowing. So that's where Eurobond comes in. Eurobond, and also we have syndicated loans. Eurobonds is basically now bonds going to the capital markets and borrowing from investors, where our syndicate loans is now borrowing from a raft of a number of banks, or even TDB, Trade and Development Bank. They give us syndicated loans. So that's where the borrowing comes in. And also,
and just to understand, I'm sorry I'm cutting you, but to understand, when we borrow this Eurobond, you've said we are borrowing investors in Europe.
Not necessarily in Europe.
Okay.
It's just Eurobond is just a name of a bond that is not issued within your country.
Okay. So we could be borrowing it from Uganda and we call it Eurobond.
Yeah, it could be that. Yeah, it's not issued in. It's not issued.
Why the word Euro then?
Yeah, it's been there. It's confounding, but you remember that these capital markets developed from US. If you think about it, all these financial services developed from the US as a nation, and then they started borrowing from Europe. So now the Eurobond, but now it has transcended even the geographical.
So the term
boundary.
Eurobond is generic.
It's generic.
Yes.
It basically means that you're borrowing, but now the exchange you're borrowing from is not within your country. Like the treasury bonds that the government of Kenya does locally is issued in the Nairobi Securities Exchange. But here we have Eurobonds either issued in a London Stock Exchange or even the Dublin Stock Exchange. So they are not issued locally, but now to attract foreign investors.
So again, for me to understand, we go into, let's actually go to London.
London,
so
yes.
we go
Yeah.
to the London Stock Exchange. Ama who exactly? I just want to understand.
The
Ni nani
process,
anatoa hii pesa? Is it a bank in London, like Standard Bank in London?
No. Why don't we start with, when
Yeah.
you say you're issuing a bond, what exactly are you doing?
Yes.
What exactly are you doing?
Yes, exactly. This thing that you're issuing, what is it? Unatuma barua? What do you do in order to issue a bond? And when you issue a bond, and wherever it is that people are supposed to buy it, what is the process by which people buy it, and how does the country benefit from it?
From it, okay. So let me start with the local process of issuing a bond. Here might be a bit simpler. It's just saying that the government is borrowing 30 billion, and then for as an example, and then they say there's no prospectus that is issued, and then they invite bids from investors, be it local investors, be it me and you, retail investors, be it institutional investors, be it banks and pension. So it's pretty much simple. But when you talk about Eurobond investors, because remember that now you're going outside, you're not speaking to domestic investors largely. So these are people, potentially they do not know what's happening in the country.
Yes.
So before that, there's what the roadshows that has to happen. Roadshow is basically meeting with the investors. It could be, because ideally it's not even the government of Kenya who's actually on the ground. They have some people called lead managed transaction advisors or lead managers who are the ones now speaking with the investors now to sell.
And these lead managers are Kenyans or they're foreigners?
Largely they are banks. These are now international banks.
All right.
So they're the ones who have conversations with investors, just sort of put a presentation, just to keep investors abreast what's been happening in Kenya, what are the plans for Kenya, and then at the end of it you say that, okay, because of the plans that Kenya needs to do, or because of this story for Kenya, as a result of the gaps in the funding of the budget, they want now to come to the international markets to borrow some money.
So they need 2 billion.
So this one, initially they don't even give an amount.
Okay.
So, and then the other thing is that for this particular transaction, you can think about it that there are two legs to it. The first one is there's some Eurobonds. I said that right now we have 10 Eurobonds after the 2 Eurobonds that we issued last week. But also we have 2 of the 8 Eurobonds that were there as of last week. They said they wanted to buy back part of the Eurobonds. So think about it. If you have a loan in Bank A and then you go borrow money from Bank B to repay the loan in Bank A, part of it or fully.
Yes.
And then you just remain with this. So that's pretty much the transaction that the government is trying to achieve. Just paying back part of the Eurobonds that are maturing in 2028. And then there's some that is maturing finally in 2032.
Okay.
But then they want to finance it from issuing this Eurobonds, the 2 Eurobonds that they issued, which is now $2.25 billion. So they have raised $2.25 billion, and then they are targeting to buy back close to $500 million. So the balance of around 1.75 billion will now come as budget support.
Okay.
Yeah.
So for us to move to the next part of this conversation, basically this money that Kenya is borrowing we are borrowing it from investors abroad. We are not necessarily borrowing it from the United Kingdom government or the Chinese it's actually coming from investors within those countries.
Yes.
All right.
So the thing is, because you're going to the capital markets markets is where, similar, if you have shares at the Nairobi Securities Exchange, or if you hold bonds, so you are an investor.
Yes.
So the same kind of discussions that you're having as with similar, the same analogy that you have for an investor who is investing here locally is the same. These are the same people who are being targeted.
All this entire time I've been thinking that we owe King Charles.
No.
God knows how much
investors.
Money. I was like, this guy just gives us money the way he wants.
No, some pension funds, some teachers' pension funds in the UK, could be Asia, could be, because it's a wide variety of investors that we're targeting.
So what do we offer these investors? What is the incentive that makes them want to buy or purchase our bonds?
At the heart of it, from an investor's perspective, look at it that in terms of what you call portfolio allocation. So you have a portfolio. So if you think about it, if you're an investor, you want to sort of diversify your portfolio. Say, let me just bring it here. Securities, Nairobi Securities Exchange. So probably you have a portfolio with Safaricom. You've bought Safaricom shares. So you bought KCB, you've bought equity. So you've pretty much diversified across 3 stocks. So even for the investors abroad, they look at it, they are sitting in London. So they have bonds offered by the British government, the UK government, but they also want to diversify away from the UK government bonds, which are called gilts, and say they want to have emerging market bonds by emerging market countries. The rationale is the bonds that are offered by developed markets, be it UK, US, have low coupon rates.
Meaning the interest rate they pay is low.
It's quite low.
Yes.
But whereas emerging market bonds have higher interest rates. So as they diversify, at least their portfolio will look better because they have these bonds that have higher.
So they try to
interest
balance
rates.
it.
Exactly. And also to diversify away, not just to have all
your eggs in one basket.
Exactly. Portfolio just having one exposure. So they just diversifying across different markets. And also just to understand something is that these portfolios managers or these funds, they have significant monies that are invested with them. So here we talk about say NSSF having close to 500-600 billion Kenya shillings. But you find that there's a fund sitting in the UK having close to 12 trillion Kenya shillings equivalent. So if an emerging market country such as Kenya is going to offer a bond worth 2.25 billion, I mean it's $2.5 billion, $225 billion Kenya, 225 billion Kenya shillings or equivalent, it's a drop in the ocean for a fund manager having monies under management close to 11 trillion. So they can just throw, even if it's like 1 billion Kenya shillings equivalent, it's still a small amount for them in their portfolio. So something like that. Yeah.
Lastly, when we borrow from China, are we borrowing from investors as well, or are we borrowing the government of China?
So
or banks in China.
Or yes.
So yes. So for China, we have, as you mentioned, both. So there's the Chinese government.
Yes.
But the amounts that we get from the Chinese government per se on a bilateral basis are quite is small quantities. Whereas now the state-owned banks, China Development Bank, China Exim Bank, at least they give some bigger ticket size loans.
Okay.
And those ones are pretty much project financed. So it's a mix of that, but you find that for them, engagement with either the government or even the state-owned banks, these are loans. They are not bonds. So loans and bonds are totally different. Yeah. Bonds, capital markets. Loan is now with banks or even with the government.
Chechel, what's a small loan? When you say the Chinese government gives, what is small?
Okay.
How much is small?
Small compared to the state-owned banks.
Yes.
The amount, say, for SGR, I think is around $3 billion thereabout.
That's what the government give.
What the banks give. China Exim Bank, China Development Banks, state-owned. They are the ticket size in terms of the loans are quite big. Whereas if you look at the Chinese government loans to Kenya, the ticket size or the size of those loans are way, way small. And even those ones are priced in yuan currency. Whereas these loans...
So small is how much? $3 billion I've heard is a lot. Hiyo ni kubwa. Small ni ngapi?
Small is even less than, say, $100 million equivalent. So that's around 13 billion Kenya shillings. So you can't compare 13 billion, $100 million vis-a-vis $3 billion.
No,
so that's the relative.
No, you cannot compare. What sort of interest do these people charge?
Which people?
Both. What would the government of China charge? in terms of interest? Because there's interest on the loan.
Yeah.
And how much would the government-owned banks charge?
So typically, we have on a bilateral basis, this is a government of China giving us a loan on a bilateral basis, so that should be on concessional terms. By concessional terms, it either means that the interest rate is lower, around 1%, 2%, similar to what the IMF World Bank gives us. And also you find that even there is some pretty much some grace period. Before they don't give us a loan today and then they demand payment from tomorrow. So there is some grace period typically accompanying concessional loans.
What's a typical grace period?
Around 5 years. If you look at the multilateral financing World Bank, yes.
5 years?
Yes, 5 years grace period.
And in that grace period, you're not paying interest?
You're not paying interest. You're not even paying part of the principal.
But why are we making a big hoo-ha out of 5 years when... Well, I haven't asked the question and you started laughing.
Why are you making a big hoo-ha over 5 years?
Yeah, when the Japanese will charge you a fraction of 1% on their loans and give you a grace period in excess of 10 years.
10 years?
Yes, in excess of 10 years. Japanese concessional loans. Check.
Okay, interesting. So I was just using the example of the multilateral with the 5-year grace period.
I understand.
Yes.
The reason why I'm asking, I want to know what it is that leads us to borrow from one country as opposed to the other. When borrowing from one country, in my opinion as a layman, the terms are better.
Maybe for them, and this is just me guesswork, an educational guess, if I may call it, whereby if you borrow from the same person many times, anakwambia hebu dasa isina.
No. Banks don't work that way. But banks like people who borrow from them and pay. If you're a good client,
are we good clients?
We pay.
Do we pay well?
We pay. That's why we're able to get money. We actually you may not think so, but we actually pay. If we didn't pay, nobody would lend us.
Then is it is the problem or the issue not necessarily a problem? Is the issue then with our leaders because they choose where to actually borrow these loans, depending on their interest?
It's what I want to understand, because this borrowing that we are speaking of, I got to understand it during the time when Uhuru Kenyatta was president. And I started hearing of commercial loans, and I was wondering, why commercial loans? And it was explained to me that our economic status had reached something which it wasn't before. We were not the banana republic we were before. We were now a middle income country. So because of that, there were certain loans that we could not access. That is what the explanation which was given to me. I still did not understand it, because the question I was asking is, if they are cheaper loans, why do you go for the commercial loans whose repayment period is even shorter?
Yes.
So it puts a hell of a lot of pressure on you, as opposed to these other ones where one you have to pay in 5 years, one you have a grace period of 5 years, as he says, then you start paying, and you're paying 1 to 2%.
I think even the bolt, the horse already bolted. In terms, as you correctly put it, because initially we were a low-income country.
Yes.
And then with time now we've sort of become a bigger, large economy, which does not justify even engagements with the bilateral countries in a meaningful basis as compared to where we were. This is 1990s. So there was a lot of talk about donor funding, which was quite which was quite dominant. And because the kind of funding then was quite sizable. But right now, we haven't seen we could have the Japanese coming in. China wasn't even a dominant player by then.
No, it wasn't.
But now with time, because of the engagement with them is now sort of project financing. There's a hospital, there's a dispensary somewhere down there in the village that needs to be financed by the donors. So you find that they can't come in a significant way because already the economy has really grown. So there's that pivot from concessional financing and into the realm of commercial financing. So you get money, not necessarily for project financing, not necessarily for some of these social, a hospital or a school somewhere, but it's just for budget support. And with that, now the government can now be able to sort of finance their budget.
Okay.
It's a bit of there's some trade-offs definitely, because if you look at the concessional financing, the terms are interest rates are quite low. The maturity period is quite long. But now if you look at the commercial financing component, as it has pointed out, the interest rates are high, relatively higher than what is offered on concessional basis. And now the tenor maturity is quite low. So those are the trade-offs that we are seeing.
Okay. Are there countries we have loaned money ourselves, either through our bank loans or through bonds? No,
not that I know of. Not that.
Which country are you referring to?
I don't know. I'm just asking.
No, you're asking, has Kenya loaned people money?
Yes.
Kenya?
Yeah.
This same one we're in.
Is there another one? Is there another one?
Well, if it
I'm seeking clarity.
Is there like East Kenya or South Kenya?
If it has, no, I know that I know
Bro,
of any.
our problems are special.
Yeah.
Okay.
You know, maybe there's a small island nation somewhere that just came to us and told us, yo guys, give us something.
Paul, there's this thing they call equitable share.
Okay.
Every month or so, there's a problem that you read of. It was delayed. It was. That's money that we take from the exchequer and give to the county governments.
Yeah.
Now, if we are having that problem, are we going to have money to give other people?
But City, unajua pia unaweza kuwa na bank loan ya, I don't know, maybe 10 million, but I come to you and I tell you, City, I have not had lunch. Nibaye kitu, and then you give me some 10,000 as a loan, and you tell me, when nilipo kipata.
Bro.
So Kenya could be having loans, but we can also loan other people.
Theoretically speaking, we could. But yes. I think we'd gone beyond the theory. And see, why I ask is what it is that made us go for expensive commercial loans.
Yeah.
Because right now, the repayments that we seem to be burdened with have to do with those loans.
Yeah. Just
and they bite off a very huge chunk of our revenue. So what remains to be used, whether it's for recurrent expenditure or anything else, is paltry. So borrowing is then necessitated.
Yeah.
Yes. And the question I'm actually asking is, have we actually approached the way we manage our finances in the most prudent way possible?
I think as and when we can find our expenditure matching the revenues, tax revenues, the appropriation in aid revenue. So what you call a balanced budget. That's the ideal situation that you can say, okay, now we are good, because that will mean that we'll not go to borrow either domestically or externally. As and when we reach there, at least you can now say, okay, at least you're fine. But before that, we are still in the woods. And also, the other thing is just to mention around is this whole aspect that we are looking at external borrowing, the commercial element. But also, let's come back to the domestic. You're borrowing treasury bonds on a monthly basis. Treasury bills, at least the good thing, the interest have come down. 15 months ago, 18 months ago, we were talking about 16% interest on treasury bills. Treasury bills are 91 days, 3 months, 6 months, and 1 year. But right now, the interest rates on treasury bills has come lower. Treasury bonds, we still have some expensive treasury bonds, infrastructure bonds, which was 18.5%. That was around February 2024. But right now, we've seen that the authorities have not gone to issue new bonds. So what they've been doing, they're just reopening treasury bonds on a monthly basis, at least to contain ballooning of the interest component. But if you think about the interest payments in any given financial year, largely, the domestic interest is quite significant, close to 75% to 80%, whereas the external component is the balance of 25%, 20%, because at least external there's bilateral in as much as there's commercial, but also it's sort of offset by the low bilateral and also the multilateral financing. So that's pretty much what's it. So it's just that the commercial borrowing domestically is now the Eurobonds that you're borrowing. Still expensive, because even the buyback that you are doing, the bonds that we are targeting to buy back, this $500 million, the coupons were quite low, 7.8, 25%, and the second one was 8%. But not the new bonds that you borrowed.
Yeah.
It's around 7.875% and 8.7%. So higher than what you were. So you're borrowing expensively to buy back bonds that are have relatively lower coupon rates. So I think the argument is, okay, why did they then go that route?
Yes.
To borrow? They could have just stayed and remained with what we have, and we just have 2028. There was around some money less than even $380 million that was supposed to mature. We still have what we call foreign exchange reserves. They could have paid the money from that rather than going to borrow expensively. I think that's a different ball game.
Yeah, but so why did they do it?
It speaks
from an
also
economist
to,
point of view.
It speaks also to, we have the budget that was approved.
Yeah.
So there's the revenue, there's the spending, and then there's also the borrowing that the government needed to borrow both domestically and externally. So that borrowing amount was around 900 billion, the amount that was approved during the budget. And then you had last week or the other week budget policy statement that was tabled in Parliament when Parliament resumed. And it hinted that our revenues are not that well off. And then there's a big increase in what the spending plan will be over the course of this financial year by another 260 billion. So your revenues are not moving. You increase spending, which we are still keeping an eye on supplementary budget. So typically we normally have supplementary budgets which revises the spending higher. And because the spending has been revised higher, so that means that we have to borrow more because revenue is not growing as much. So that's where we are. That's what necessitated them to go to borrow in the international markets. Okay. They could have either preferred either World Bank financing, which is on at least relatively lower interest rates, but that probably may not come in. IMF also, we've been talks that IMF mission will be in town to discuss a new program after the other one lapsed. But also, I don't think that will be forthcoming. The conditions that typically attached by these loans, be it the World Bank loans and the IMF loans, and I don't think that
those austerity measures that they impose.
Exactly. And I don't think that getting to the electioneering year and may not be palatable to have these austerity measures. From a political lens, that's it. So, and based on that, the economy is bigger. So it justifies from that lens that they borrow from the commercial market as opposed to having a dalliance with these multilateral financiers.
Let me ask this question.
Sure.
We have foreign reserves, don't we?
Yes.
What do we use the foreign reserves for? Well, why do we have it?
Good question. Essentially, it should be buffers. Should give us buffer to pay some of these external loans, or even as the payments come due, it has to be paid off the foreign currency equivalent from the foreign reserve to pay back some of these loans, and then you have to replenish it with one way or another. So right now we have $12 billion in
12.48.
12.48. Thanks for your preciseness. Yeah.
So that money is where exactly? CBK?
Central Bank of Kenya.
It's essentially 1.6 trillion Kenya shillings.
Imewekwa pale, like it's in cash form. Imewekwa hapo.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And I want to understand.
This man is envisioning a room with cupboards.
Actually, I am.
And stacked the whole.
So we have $1 here, 5, 20, 100. Is it like that though?
Well, it's not like that. that's quite picturesque, but it's not like that.
Yeah.
But I mean, that's we know that there's some could be digital money, but it's not like there's a vault somewhere with the money.
Okay.
Yeah. It could be, but I don't think that.
No, it's not like that. Baba, pesa ipelekwe kule na gunia, just ili uelewe. Okay? Essentially, it's our savings.
Yes,
okay?
Yeah.
Now, I understand what you said. We could have paid off this $300 million because we actually have money
Yeah.
that could have paid without necessarily knocking our reserves seriously.
Yes.
So
yes. Because if we have said what, $12
billion,
$12 million,
billion,
$12.8 billion.
And
in shillings is 1.6 trillion.
Okay, so 1.6 trillion Kenya shillings.
Yeah.
And we needed to pay what, 300 what?
$380 million. That is in 2028.
Yeah. Sio tungelipa.
Si tungekata tu kidogo hivi na tupeana huko.
Yes.
Okay.
Hiyo tungeweza. You see why I asked these questions, and you prefaced your answer well when you talked about decisions that are politically motivated rather than economically motivated. We borrow in US dollars.
Yeah.
Our debts are dollar denominated.
Yeah.
Which means that when we repay, the repayment or whatever interest we pay is also anchored to the yo-yo faction, where the shilling against the dollar does the thing that it does from time to time.
Yeah.
But our shilling has been fairly steady.
Correct.
Okay?
Yes.
Now, this reserve that we have, how does it influence the stabilization of the shilling against the dollar? And how does it benefit people who import and trade using US dollars?
Okay, thanks. I think the question should be like, what are the dynamics that has now led to the stability in the shilling against the dollar? The general picture, the general question that you've posed, I think that it comes with taking a step back to 2 years ago. There's some volatility. Shilling was close to 160, so that was February 2024 to be exact, 2 years from ago, and that's the time that now the what we call the foreign exchange interbank market was restored, or it was active, but it wasn't that active. So there's interaction between all the banks and all the CBK coming together to supply and demand of foreign exchange. So that's where the market is. And it's been baffling even to some of us, the stability of the shilling, but it speaks to dynamics within the foreign exchange interbank market, because in any given day, banks and CBK come to meet, and then they are able now to see where the price of any foreign currency, this dollar, shilling, will be. So looking at the dynamics, it could be a factor of either some players having a set price of where the shilling dollar will be, and which other actors sort of follow. Think about it. If you go to the market and then you find that the price of tomatoes is 10 shillings, is it 10 shillings? One tomato is 10 shillings. That's what's been determined. You can take it or leave it. So that's pretty much the same argument that's also transpiring here. And you find that even banks in any given day, they have also foreign currency deposits from their customers. They also have foreign currency loans. Similar to even CBK, it has liabilities in foreign currencies. It also has assets in foreign currencies. So the dynamics of supply and demand also comes in that particular market. And you've seen the last 3 years with the removal of, or the G2G, government to government, the oil, whereby initially the oil market companies used to demand dollars so as to be able to meet the importation of that in short order. So that is no longer there because we have government to government. So even from the bank's side, in a way that their liabilities in foreign currency, because they don't have liabilities on their customers, because this government to government oil deal is in place, so they don't need that supply in short order. So they have to settle. So if oil has been brought in Kenya, the settlement of the oil supply will be in 6 months' time, so in August. So oil brought in Kenya in February will be paid in August. So it has reduced even the demand for foreign currency. And those are the dynamics that are at play in this foreign exchange interbank market, which has also enabled CBK to be able to accumulate foreign exchange reserves. I think it's a bit...
Oh, no.
Yeah.
You've actually explained something which had puzzled me. You see, when the government got this G2G arrangement, it was really criticized. I didn't fully understand it until now. When you say it's like you're given credit.
Absolutely, yeah.
So you don't pay for it immediately, which means previously you had to pay for it.
You have to pay for it, yeah.
Yes, you bring it in, you pay. But
Yes.
G2G, you're told, fanya hivi,
Yeah.
Take your time.
Take your time, but
Yes.
in 3 months, this is what you're going to pay. So it means in the interim, you can actually sell this oil, get your money, probably you can even turn it over more than once. 3 months is enough time for you to do a great deal with it. It makes a lot of sense. But let me ask the question again. What percentage of the monies that the government owes is domestic debt, and how much of it is foreign debt?
So our stock of public debt in Kenya shillings around 12 trillion. So the split is pretty much 50-50.
Yeah, actually, I read that somewhere that we are currently split between domestic and foreign
External,
debt.
Yeah. And then foreign, if you know, sort of do a breakdown of the foreign debt.
Yes.
We have like a third of it is now the commercial lending, commercial borrowing, Eurobond syndicated loans. The other third is now on the bilateral borrowing.
Yes.
And then the final third is now on the multilateral borrowing, IMF, World Bank.
Recently, Gava, or rather CBK, did say that the interest rates have now gone down by about 0.25%.
Where have they gone down?
Because they were like at 9%. Now they are 8.75.
So the bank rate has gone down.
Yes.
But it doesn't seem to influence the lending rate or what it is that you are charged when you go to borrow money.
So that's what the CBK is trying to implement, the risk-based pricing model, such that as the central bank rate goes down or higher, it signals even the lending rate. You've seen even the last couple of weeks after that announcement came, banks have been putting announcement that our base lending rate is coming lower by X amount. So the transition is that by end of this month, so by next week, all the loan rates will now reflect what you call the risk-based pricing model. So that is our hope, that if my interest rate is at 18%, so the component of that should be where the CBR is, which is now 8.75%, and then the balance, which is now the K premium, should reflect my risk profile. So if it's at 18%, so 8.75%, and then the other is now my K premium. So that's the transition that the whole banking industry is moving into, the risk-based pricing model.
What is this risk-based pricing model?
So if you look at the clamor that we've had even since Donde Bill came in 2002, the 2000 city, probably just for the sake of city.
But I'm sure city knows about it.
Yeah, but
I mean, if I know it, then he's got to know it.
Yeah, but I mean, it was I brought it because the clamor for lower interest has been part of the Kenyan conversation for a long time. Hence, I've just gone back. But it wasn't implemented then for one reason or another. Then in 2016, we had the interest rate caps being implemented finally. This was a law by MP Jude, former Kikuyu MP. So he brought it in place. So we had interest rate caps. The lending, if CBR is, say, 10%, the maximum that you could borrow at was at 14%.
Yes.
And then there was also what banks could now pay as deposit was 70% of that, so 7%. So there was a cap. But then after time, you found that now banks, because of the interest rate caps, that they are now sort of forced to lend at this at a maximum of this. So they are not able to price correctly even the risk. So your risk profile is different from my risk profile. So they stopped even lending completely because they have been sort of straitjacketed within this interest rate cap. So it was abolished in 2019 November. So now there was a transition by the banking industry into a risk-based pricing model to ensure that all the banks are able to properly price customers.
Meaning the interest rate will change according to the risk.
Exactly. So that's pretty much where the conversation has been up until right now. So as of towards the end of last year, there's now properly how the breakdown of your loan will look like. Either banks could choose either what you call Kenya shilling overnight interest average, which is a bit complicated even for some of the banks, or CBR. Oh, now the CBR is where it's at 8.75%.
Yes.
And then plus the K premium. So banks, they have cost of operations, they have some shareholding, what they need to return to their shareholders.
Yes.
So that's also a component of K premium, and also inclusive of that is also individual borrowers' risk profile. So they put it there. So that's where the banking industry is transitioning into this.
How do they do it, like in places like the UK or even the US? Do they go with the risk-based lending, or is theirs a bit different from ours?
I think it's pretty much that route in the sense that the transmission channel is quite easier. By transmission channel, I mean that if the Federal Reserve in the US says that the Fed fund rate will be 4%.
Yes, that is where they cap it.
Easy. No, that's like our equivalent of CBR.
Okay.
It's easier even for the banks now to they pick that signaling quite easily, quickly. But now for a country such as Kenya, small economy, an emerging market, we've had some teething problems in the transitional mechanism.
Yes.
But you can give it to the CBKs. The last 18 months or so, they have implemented a raft of reforms, which is now easier to see the transmission. So if they are lowering interest rates,
yes,
you can't find that banks are now sticking with higher interest rates. Even them, they're also gradually towing the line. So that's an applause. It's now for us to see whether now you could see meaningful extension of loans to the real sector, people who really deserve it. Yeah,
the Kenya Pipeline Company, IPO, has not performed well according to the reports that we're getting. Disappointment kidogo pale as far as the uptake is concerned. What would you attribute to that?
I think the process was flawed from the word go. If you look at the secessional paper that now said that Kenya Pipeline Company will be privatized, it spoke of a number that they want to raise 100 billion. So if you look at it...
Was it 100 or 180?
100 billion.
Okay.
They said that they are targeting to raise 100 billion. So from that, I think that's where the process was flowed from the word go. Because now, after that, now they had to get some transaction advisors to ensure that the government is able to achieve this 100 billion.
We actually hosted them here days after they mentioned it.
Yes. Treasury, KPC.
Yes, the IPO, yes.
Yes. So you find that even working backwards, so even the advisors, yes, this process, the IPO was launched sometime 19th of January.
Yes.
With a target of raising 106 billion. But now it meant that the price, for one, was quite overvalued. There's been talks about the price being quite overvalued.
Yes, because the moment you put a target, that means that the shares have got to be of a certain price for them to meet that target.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. So I sympathize with the transaction advisors in that sense because of that. If the sessional paper has said that we want to privatize Kenya Pipeline Company without even giving a certain target, because some of these things you have to, it's a bit technical to arrive at a target. But now the moment that they had sort of preempted that they want to raise this, it meant that even there was pressure for them to get that particular target value, that value of at least 100 billion.
Yes.
So that's where the process was flawed. So even it meant that even the price was not justifiable because people are looking at comparables, be it in other markets.
Yes.
And also looking at other comparable companies, utility companies, because there's been comparison of Kenya Pipeline with, say, KenGen, Kenya Power, which are utilities within the energy. They may not necessarily be within that oil pipeline.
But they attract the same interest nonetheless.
Exactly, yeah. So it didn't make sense. So, and then you look at investors. So there are a number of investors that are being targeted. Retail investors, me, you, City, 20%. So out of that 106 billion, 20% was reserved for retail investors. There's another 20% for local institutional investors. There's another 20% for
staff only, but how much percentage?
5%.
Okay.
Oil marketing companies, another 15%. We have now the regional investors, 20%. And then you have now the final foreign investors having 20%. So that's how it was done. But I don't think that foreign investors participated in this Kenya Pipeline IPO. I don't think.
Are you saying they did not participate at all or to the level that was expected?
I don't think they participated at all. So I'm thinking that probably a few people who invested were retail investors, small. A bit of the some of the large the public pension funds, the likes of NSSF, PSSF, for sure they typically invest. They typically participate in this.
Yes.
So remember that this IPO was supposed to have been finalized last week,
Friday.
On Thursday.
Okay.
Thursday, 19th. 19th on Thursday. Then there's an extension up until 24th, which is tomorrow.
Tomorrow, yes.
Ostensibly, that retail investors had asked for an extension. You wonder, wait a minute, how? Do they listen to me and you?
Yes.
And then they say, yes, Mbuvi came and said, please extend for us, and then extend for us. I mean, I don't think that was the case.
Are you reading foul play?
And now, Business Daily, today's Business Daily, speaks about even the fact that there was one of the investors that they were toying, that they were in dalliance with Uganda investors. And also there was a supplementary information memorandum that came out that now said that if Uganda participate at least 20% in that IPO, they can get like 2 board seats, something like that. Yeah. So that was within.
Which is a fair ask. Is it a fair ask?
It's kind of fair ask. But also there are other conditions that probably that they may have put on the table, which probably now necessitated some extension for them now to have discussions with Uganda. But I think at this point in time, if you look at the information memorandum, there are 2 things that will have enabled this IPO to be successful.
Okay.
The first one is the minimum number of shareholders or investors who are participating. That was 250 of them. Remember that the whole purpose of privatizing is now to democratize ownership, share ownership.
Yes.
Because now government is fully owning Kenya Pipeline Company. But the moment now you open up for IPO, you are democratizing, you're increasing the number of shareholders. Even if you have the minimum 100 shares, you are a shareholder. So the minimum of that was 250 shareholders. The other aspect of that, for it, that they have gone the IPO, they have offered the sale period has come to an end, at least they have to get 50%
of the shares sold.
Of the shares that are sold. So that means that they are targeting 106 billion. So that means that 53 billion has to be met. The extension that was done last week speaks to that they were not able to meet even this 53 billion, 50% of it. Hence, they are negotiating. And probably if Uganda is the deal maker, it means that probably if you say that they were to come in with 20%, it means that probably 20% out of 50, it means that as of last week, they just had 30% shares that had been subscribed. So it's quite under subscription,
So what happens if by tomorrow then they have still not met the threshold?
I think, the government might eventually find its way. I don't think that they may get the full 100%, 106 billion, but probably they may reach at the bare minimum the 53 billion hurdle, the 50%, probably slightly higher, but at the bare minimum 53 billion. That's what I'm saying, because if this is what necessitated the extension, probably the discussions, but now they'll have to bend backwards a bit, because probably, remember, Uganda is also having its own pipeline through Tanzania, East Africa crude oil pipeline through Tanzania. They want also to get into oil production as early as late this year. But all that is through Tanzania. So they have an advantage in the negotiation table.
Here in
From
Kenya.
how I'm seeing it, yeah. So even if as much as the government will
Basically,
want now
they have nothing to lose. That is what you're saying.
Exactly. They can walk away with it and they still be okay. So that's the status of how I'm looking at it.
So who do we blame here?
No. Why blame?
But the process of flawed, I'm saying the process of flawed from the word go.
Because someone, it's not like it's the first time we are doing an IPO.
No, it is not. But the question comes to my mind is, should government be in the business of doing business?
For sure, So, and that also speaks to the privatization. But at least they could have let the market forces to even determine even the pricing. From the look of even the information memorandum, we didn't see even any evaluation. And even looking at the business, okay, you have pipeline that you're doing, there's talks of diversifying across into fiber, I don't know, other business lines.
No, this is a Kenya Power initiative.
Kenya pipeline, yeah. But those have not even materialized. There's some capital expenditure that will be, some investments that will come up, I think, 2028, 2029, to build another line, extending another line. But also, look at the opportunity at it holistically.
Yeah.
You can't sort of, it's either we still haven't understood this industry, but not everyone can be wrong in not understanding a particular industry.
Okay.
So probably I think, yes, it's a good thing to privatize, but probably the best way of doing it might not have been followed. But remember also the end goal of the privatization is now to have seed capital into the National Infrastructure Fund, a bit of it also the Kenya Sovereign Wealth Fund. So there's a pressure even for them from the government side to be able to ensure that all these transactions are closed. But for Kenya Pipeline Company, already you are seeing what you've seen. I don't know what will be the outturn as at the end of this extension period.
Okay.
For Kenya Safaricom also, just to touch a bit of it, initially it was a premium because at the secondary market it was around less than 30 shillings per share. Right now it's even closer to the 34 shillings that the government Vodafone deal, the 34 shillings deal between government of Kenya and the Vodafone. Who knows, by the time that this transaction is closing, probably the market, the shares in the secondary market will be higher than that. So it means that the government is selling at a discount. So those are the scenarios that people are looking at, which is quite interesting.
Anyway, you know what, Churchill Ogutu, thank you so much for coming through. Unfortunately, that's the time we had.
Okay.
However, like we said, this IPO thing is not going anywhere anytime soon. So let's see how it pans out, and perhaps we shall have a conversation around it.
Absolutely.
All right.
Yeah.
This is where we take a short break. We shall be right back after the news with Winnie Maganga.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. Sports on Radio Generation.
Good morning, I'm Samuel Otieno. Arsenal have strengthened their position at the top of the Premier League table after hammering Tottenham Hotspur 4-1 in the North London derby. The Gunners restored their 5-point lead with the win, bouncing back after dropping points in midweek when they let a 2-goal lead slip against Wolves. Tottenham were hoping for a fresh start under interim manager Igor Tudor, but Arsenal proved too strong on the day. Eberechi Eze was once again the difference, scoring 2 goals to guide Arsenal to victory in the derby. Nairobi United are back to winning ways after beating Bidco United 3-0 at the Ulinzi Sports Complex over the weekend. Goals for the Naiboys came from Mustafa Kiza, Kevin Wangaya and Benson Omala. This is the Naiboys' 8th win of the season. Bidco United have now lost 11 games and are slipping deeper into relegation zone. And that's your sports update on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Samuel Otieno.
Sports on Radio Generation. Sports on Radio Generation.
Good morning, I'm Samuel Otieno. Arsenal have strengthened their position at the top of the Premier League table after hammering Tottenham Hotspur 4-1 in the North London derby. The Gunners restored their 5-point lead with the win, bouncing back after dropping points in midweek when they let a 2-goal lead slip against Wolves. Tottenham were hoping for a fresh start under interim manager Igor Tudor, but Arsenal proved too strong on the day. Eberechi Eze was once again the difference, scoring 2 goals to guide Arsenal to victory in the derby. Nairobi United are back to winning ways after beating Bidco United 3-0 at the Ulinzi Sports Complex over the weekend. Goals for the Naiboys came from Mustafa Kiza, Kevin Wangaya and Benson Omala. This is the Naiboys' 8th win of the season. Bidco United have now lost 11 games and are slipping deeper into relegation zone. And that's your sports update on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Samuel Otieno.
Sports on Radio Generation. The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Kenya has enough relief food to ensure that no lives are lost to hunger during the ongoing drought, Public Service Cabinet Secretary Geoffrey Ruku has said, speaking over the weekend in Marokani village, Tana River sub-county in Tana River County. Ruku said the government has put in place measures to support communities affected by drought. He was leading a relief food distribution exercise in the area.
Hii chakula ya serikali, hii sio chakula ya matanjiri. Hii chakula sio chakula ya county commissioner aende aweke kwa ofisi yake. Hii chakula si ya chief aende yake kwake nyumbani. Hii chakula ni ya wananchi wa Kenya, wale ambao ni wanyonge, wale ambao wanahitaji chakula.
Kwa hii sub county moja peke yake ya Tana North sub county, watu zaidi ya 10,000 wameweza kuathirika kwa sababu ya hii mambo ya ukame.
Police are investigating the sudden death of a 16-year-old girl Form 3 student in Katoloni village, Masako in Machakos County. The student Consolata Nduku of Katoloni Secondary School reportedly collapsed under unclear circumstances. According to family members, she was rushed to Machakos Level 5 hospital but was pronounced dead on arrival.
Nikawauliza mmepata gari, wakanambia tumepata. So tukapata kwa barabara, alafu tukarudi pamoja. Kufika emergency, my girl was normal. Kapata trial alikuwa shaaga. This is a person who doesn't have any underlying issues. Na saa yuko na kusema ni mgonjwa, hatukupigiwa simu ile tunapigiwa ni Nduko ni mgonjwa, and the next minute Nduko is dead.
Embakasi East Member of Parliament Babo Wino has claimed that his security officers are currently not with him as they're in custody. Speaking to Citizen TV on Sunday, the MP alleged that influential individuals are harassing members of his security team. He said the security detail are being held at Kisumu Central Police Station despite no charges having them brought against them.
My security officers are at Kisumu Central Police Station just because they refuse to join Raymond's team. They stay in Kisumu. Every time I go to Kisumu, every time I go to Nyanza, I spend time with them. They're my boys. We grew up with them. Right now, they are trumped up charges. They want to put guns for them. They want to put knives and pangas and every other thing, Jeff. There is no charge up to now, Jeff.
Sudan's government has denounced Uganda for hosting the leader of the paramilitary Rapid Support Forces, calling the meeting an affront to humanity. Sudan's foreign ministry said Uganda had flouted international law by welcoming RSF commander Mohamed Hamdan Dagalo, whose fighters are accused of committing widespread atrocities throughout the continuing civil war. On Friday, Ugandan President Yoweri Museveni said he met with Dagalo, also known as Hemeti, at his presidential home in the city of Entebbe. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights. Radio Generation.
Good morning and welcome back. This is Radio Generation, the People's Breakfast. It is now 10 minutes past 8 o'clock, and it's time for us to have our second conversation for the day. And we want to look at the state of politics versus Kenya's problems. In studio, we do have Odhiambo Otieno. He's a communication strategist. Odhis, good morning. Happy New Year.
Good morning and Happy New Year.
Uko salama kabisa?
Kabisa, how about you?
Mimi niko fiti.
Nice to see you in the chilly weather of Nairobi.
Is it that bad though?
Oh,
is it really chilly? Bado, si ndio? Mimi naona iko tu sawa.
But no, it's fine.
Lakini mwenye anasema bado amevaa jacket tatu.
Unajua?
Amevaa vest, amevaa t-shirt, alafu amevaa shati na amevaa jacket.
Yes, that is correct.
Yeah. Na amevaa trouser ngapi?
2.
Na amevaa socks pair ngapi? Here we are. It's nice to see you.
To hear him speak, you'd think I've prevented him from wearing 3.
Why don't you give him the methali kutoka kule Zambia?
Yes, we are in the Republic of Zambia. And the capital of Zambia, I think everybody knows.
Lusaka.
And it's also the largest city. Now, they have a currency. Do you know what it's called?
Inaitwa kwacha?
Inaitwa kwacha. Yes. Remember, for the longest time, Zambia was known for its copper.
Yes.
And it was a fairly prosperous country when copper was considered to be of enormous value. Then somewhere along the line, the world market, the value and price of copper dipped.
Yeah.
And that economy went into a dip as well.
Yeah.
But over time, copper has come back as a fairly valuable, should we say, natural resource.
Okay.
The proverb, don't start a fight just because your companion is strong.
Don't start a fight just because your companion is strong.
Yes.
Yeah. My understanding would be that you should not depend on another person's pocket or budget to fight your wars.
Or ability.
Or
strength.
Yes.
You're very right.
Yeah. Utapigwa.
Ukitaka kuanzisha vita, wewe anzisha vita juu unaweza imaliza.
Yes.
Usianzishe vita alafu unaambia mtu take over.
Yeah. And I see such a case in Kenya today. People blaming each other. Oh, wait, you're operating on the budget of so and so. You're being funded by so and so. Yeah.
But why? I don't know why it is people react to it. Everybody's funded by somebody.
Yeah.
Actually, my question would be, is there a problem if I'm funded? Or if, because, you know what, let's call it what it is. People are saying that the Oburu side of ODM is being funded by President Ruto. And then there are others who are saying that the Sifuna side is being funded by President Uhuru. Is there a problem really if they are being funded?
I don't think if there's a problem. I don't think there's a problem because funding has always been there. What would be a problem for me is if the funding was coming from abroad. And specifically if the foreign powers wanted to influence a particular way we are going in terms of extraction of our natural resources, that would be a big problem.
Yeah.
But ya kawaida pesa ndani wameibaiba. Let them finance each other.
What do you know we don't know?
So much. But City knows more. It's just being kind.
You know, this man begins a fight. Then he pulls me into it.
The same thing. The problem is telling him not to do.
Yes, he's pulling me into a fight, and it's.
So we've been seeing what is happening.
Yes.
This Linda Wananchi, Linda Ground thing. What do you have to say first of all about it? And it's now deteriorating to things that we are afraid of. For example, was it when Kitengela someone lost his life? Now over the weekend another person has been stabbed by someone within the crowd. What's going on?
Well, it's interesting. This is quite a broad spectrum. One, the happening in ODM, of course, was inevitable beyond the death of Raila, because the institutionalization of the structures of governance within ODM was not very well placed within Raila's lifetime. And I believe it was intentionally structured that it worked that way, so that Raila would be the final decision maker, but also will be the major factor in any decision making, basically within the party. And that, of course, now has come full circle, and we are having the divisions that we are seeing. It is evident once more that ODM is not a party that had a unilateral ideology.
Yes,
there were very many ideologies within ODM. The only thing they were agreeing with, or I could say, there's a principal ideology, a master ideology, that we want change. But the process towards change is different. Because some people were saying, like, for example, the Linda Wananchi, they're saying, change is not going to come by negotiations or by auctioning our party to the state. Change is going to come if we go back to the street or if we hold on to particular things. They look like a people's audit firm.
Okay.
They're auditing the government, they're auditing the processes. But the Linda Ground team looks to me like a team that is more focused on, they're saying, we are mature.
Yeah.
And we have done this before. They are older, of course. And I believe with age comes wisdom and strategy. There's not much excitement amongst them. I think they're looking at why can't we do things a little bit differently. We're at the tail end of our lives. I think it is important that we approach this by strategic partnership with the state. However, the process looks weak in terms of negotiation, and I do agree that weak process is going to affect how we are running, basically. Because one thing I would have intended to see, and this is not my just in personal intention, I believe it is that of also many other people, that strong parties are important. For a long time in the history of Kenya, ever since before I was born, Kenya has had election vehicles that people basically use to go
into an election.
But ODM has proven beyond reasonable doubt that it's not just an election vehicle. It's a party that is grounded on ideology of change, social justice, and ODM is looking at how can we improve, basically, our polity. And so many things that have happened within the lifetime of the 20 years of ODM is a proof that a very good party, a strong party, is good for the nation, not only for the members of the party. If you ask for my personal opinion, I would tell you, as an ODM member at heart, I'm not a registered member of ODM. I resigned in 2023.
Okay.
But I remain ODM at heart.
Why did you resign?
I resigned because I was doing some NGO work that required me not to be politically exposed actively.
All right.
So I had to resign from the party. But at heart, I remained. Even in my resignation letter, I did indicate that. So that said, I think we should maintain the life of ODM. These two warring parties should come back to the table and agree on one common thing. That yes, we have our differences, but we'll sort them within. But I see something interesting happening within the party. That is, there are a few people within the party who are hell-bent at securing their nominations in 2027. And majorly they come from Luo Nyanza. Because if you remove somebody like Edwin Sifuna...
Yes.
My thinking is that...
Remove him from where?
Removing him from the post of Secretary General, like they're doing. Of course, nobody will see that he's still a member. The intention that you're communicating that we don't want you.
Yes.
Because he can't be that high ranking and then falls back to an ordinary member. At that level, he will definitely shift somewhere else. If the party leadership, as at now, would have seen it better to sit with him and agree on how do we move forward and transition, because what is important is transition. We would have a stronger party post 2027. But I sense that ODM is going for its final lap. In fact, what is happening with the Linda Ground team is what I call a lap of victory. They're already doing a lap of, and that has been a curse that ODM has had for quite some time, where we have this bravado of Guinea Wasekao, which means this thing we have, we've taken it already. We have the deep state, etc. There's that malady in ODM of doing the winners or the winning lap, victory lap, which the Linda ground team is doing instead of putting in the back.
How I understand what you've called winning lap. You've called it what?
Yeah, victory lap.
Victory laps. Yeah, thank you. Is when Kipchoge wins that whatever. He does one round around the
pitch,
the pitch to just salimia my fans
with the flag.
Now thank you for supporting me.
Exactly.
So what you're saying is that this Linda ground team wameshafika, wameshinda, they have what they want. So this is just them saying thank you.
Exactly, and that is very premature because if you look at the turnout in 2027 as a researcher, and CT is also one, he will agree with me that. If you project in terms of trying to analyze 2027 with the 9 keys which I've stated before, you will realize that there's a lot of work to be done because there are going to be 3 horses in 2027. Of course, there's going to be the president, the incumbent. Then we're going to have the one who will be running from the opposition, because the opposition is still fragmented for me. Then the third one will be the voter apathy. Okay.
So actually, I expected you to say the third one will be this Linda Mwananchi faction.
Linda Mwananchi. In my thinking, if the opposition wants to win 2027, then they will take most probably Sifuna to run as president. In my view,
this is now the united opposition.
Yeah, I know that is weird, but that is how.
No, it's not weird. I mean, this country we have seen
many things happen.
Tumeona.
So if Sifuna runs for president, in my view, with a deputy who is the stature of Kalonzo, probably not, or my good friend, Jimmy Wanjigi, as a deputy, that'd be a very strong ticket and perhaps a winning ticket.
In which universe
do
you think Kalonzo would deputize Sifuna?
That's why I did a oops.
Actually, do not do the oops.
In which universe does Matiang'i deputize Sifuna?
No.
In this universe that we speak of, this universe is called Kenya. We've seen stranger things happen. I have stopped believing that anything is too far-fetched. Then I stopped. There are perimeters that people spoke of as sealed in concrete, immovable, and I've seen those move. Okay. The first one I saw moving was Raila joining KANU. These are the people who had incarcerated him, had tortured him. He joined them. And guess what? He became SG of the party.
And he became a minister.
And he became a minister. It was anticipated that because of what he had suffered under this government, he would never join them. See, he joined them. This was not the beginning of coalitions. It was a continuation of coalitions in this country. Then what else do we see? Something which is even more interesting. In the year 2002, politically, the Luos and the Kikuyus were considered to be at odds from the time Jaramogi was pushed out of KANU. And it was assumed no Luo would vote for a Kikuyu presidency. How they voted. In fact, I have never seen a higher turnout of voters during that particular period in time. We had the 2008 internal conflict. The Kalenjins pitted themselves against the Kikuyu and other communities who live in the Rift Valley, the Wasingishu area and so forth. And in my view, there is absolutely no way a Kalenjin would vote for a Kikuyu president. They voted.
To a man.
Then came the follow after 10 years, and I said, this time, I don't think the Kikuyu vote is going to vote for William Ruto. They gave him the presidency. So this thing that people keep saying, these things are impossible. In politics, in Kenya, my friend, in fact, go for it. Just give any permission that you think within this country it was a possibility. Who knew 1 month ago that Sifuna would actually right now present as actually the main opposition to this particular region? Who could have foreseen? Who saw it? Nobody saw it.
I can actually see a Sifuna Wanjigi ticket. whereby actually even Sifuna is the running, I mean not the running, but the main
candidate, yeah.
The candidate, and then Wanjigi as the running mate.
Can I tell you?
Yes.
As a political strategist, if Sifuna runs for president and Wanjigi deputizes him, they come as non-legacy politicians.
Okay.
They come as those who want to clean, drain the swamp, let me use the term. They come as those who understand. In fact, Wanjigi comes as a safe pair of hands for the investors and the capital markets, etc. Those who wonder, is Sifuna mature enough to be a president? They will be like, oh, in the hands of Wanjigi, we can see some level of maturity and stability.
Yeah.
And also that also brings the Kikuyu vote, who are rebelling against President Ruto.
Yeah.
But at the same time, who are wondering what to do, because definitely you look at regarding Gachagua, there's a question here or there. Whether he will make it or not is not very clear. But Wanjigi looks like somebody who is the example of Kikuyu success to the highest level that it can be, which is that level of economic empowerment. That's a very dangerous ticket, because again, Wanjigi has one of the best manifestos that I've ever seen. I've looked at it, and I think it's very sound for the question that we are going to face in 2027, which is the economic question. In 2027 is about a political question for me. It's an economic question of people's pay slips are attached somehow. People are feeling the weight of lack of money. The banks are not borrowing you money easily.
Forget even borrowing money. People are hungry.
People are hungry.
Yes.
There is so much that is happening, which somebody that formulates a proper narrative in 2027 about the economy then will easily topple the current regime. And that is a very interesting path to take. But if that doesn't happen, then Ruto will again be re-elected.
Yes.
Because it's again the race against voter apathy. And this team of Linda Ground in ODM is not understanding that. They are doing the victory lap, but without the people. They don't have the people with them. Because when I often say this, when you go to the ballot, I don't know if this happens to you as well.
Yeah.
And you are in your ballot booth where you want to tick
my candidate,
your candidate. The thing that will make you choose a candidate and leave the other is betrayal. You don't actually choose who to vote. You look at the list and see who to betray. Am I going to betray CT? Am I going to betray Mungala? And if I can betray 3, then which option am I left with? The one that looks least dangerous is the one that I will go with. So if people are going to choose the one that's least dangerous, then this Linda Ground team is not adding any value to the president.
Okay.
But remember, these fellows in ODM come from a background where the voting pattern then was more around who does Raila support.
Yeah.
Because in voting for that person, you are supporting Raila.
Yeah.
ODM was second and not first. It was Raila who was being supported.
It was Raila first, that's true.
And then ODM second.
True.
See, now in the absence of Raila, people are getting used to the idea of ODM. But ODM, for it to make sense, somebody has to represent some part of the ethos that Raila represented.
Exactly. That near cultic following.
Yes.
Near cultic love.
Yes, because with Raila's death, there has been a vacuum.
That's right. That's right. And actually, that's what I was coming to next. That if you analyze ODM properly and you want to understand it, you must understand that Raila had so many people who loved him, but they never loved ODM. For example, you'll find in Luo Nyanza, people will be denied tickets, but people will still vote for Raila. They'll still turn out the last minute and vote for Raila. But they will even stop or not vote for these other candidates. But Raila's love was there. And the passion you could feel, or even that if you go to Luo Nyanza today, the passion that you'll still feel is the Raila gap. Right now, nobody, Oburu is lethargic. You look at him, the way he talks, the way he walks, whatever he tries to talk about.
Yes.
It's very lethargic. There's no energy.
The other day I saw a clip, some music playing.
Yeah.
That guy has moves.
He doesn't have moves.
I saw him throwing a small jig, I said they good moves, man.
But were they lethargic good moves?
No, exactly. No. They were rhythmical. I mean, for heaven's sake.
They might have been good, but good lethargic moves.
And I
know something.
Yeah.
Dr. Buru is not in his first youth. Okay? So I will judge him on that basis.
Okay.
How many people his age do you know of who are able to do even what he's trying to do now? When a man that age is trying to do what he does, me, I take my hat off to him because he's a man who is symbolizing just the simple idea of not giving up.
However,
not sitting back and saying, you know something, I'm not going to do this thing.
I agree with City, but as much as I agree with him, I also want to say this, that Oburu needs to exit the stage very fast. When you're that age, you don't dance around for a long time because
wanasemanga a good dancer knows when.
He was a caretaker, and in fact, if Oburu is brilliant, 27th of March marks his exit out of the party leadership.
What is happening on 27th of March?
There's the NDC.
Okay.
Yeah. If I was him, and I have the interest of the party, because I don't think he's going for any proper seat in 2027. I don't see Oburu going for any seat. So then he needs to just hand over to this younger generation. I've said this before, Seat. I don't know whether you're an SDA like myself.
With them?
I'm an SDA.
He's Anglican.
You're Anglican? Okay. So for me, I'm an SDA. And I believe it also happens in Anglican. I've never worshipped with Anglican.
Okay.
We have something called the children's ministry and the youth ministry. It's one of the strongest components of the church.
Okay.
As compared to the older people. In fact, for us older people, if I classify myself as such, we are more of family life. And even in that family life, you're being taught how do you take care of the youth and the younger generation. And that one has ensured that the church has always grown. And even the Catholic Church, if you look at it, you'll find the Sunday school, it's always very strong. And they are very keen on these kids transitioning into ensuring that the church's doctrines are maintained. Now, if I compare that against the ODM party today, you find that everybody wants to make serious decisions in ODM is saying the youth are an enemy. The youth energy is juvenile. The youth energy is not structured. Then what do we do as the older people in ODM? Then we guide them. It's okay. Somebody like, for example, Babu Owino.
Yeah.
Of course, he has some energy which looks like he needs to be guided. Then you sit with him and tell him, you know what? As we are now in our sunset ages, we can sit from outside and just watch what you're doing. Like, for example, if you look at Luyaland, there's this MP, I think he used to be MP for Westlands. It's called Gumo. You meet him in town lately. He's so comfortable and relaxed because they mentored the next generation. If you look at Rift Valley, for example, average age of their representative is 37. If you look at the average age of representative in ODM, they're 57.
Okay.
And that is a very dangerous thing. And we are pointing fingers at this young generation without mentoring them. So what will they do? They'll become anarchists. And when they become anarchists on 27th of March, we're going to have a serious war, wherever this NDC will be held. Because if there's a proper structure, then we'll say, okay, Odhiambo and your team, come, campaign properly, tell us the seat you want, and let's come and do it.
When you say war, do you mean an ideological one or a physical one?
No, there's going to be a physical one. There's going to be a physical altercation, and it will be very bloody. That I can assure you. Because from Babu and Sifuna are not yet leaving the party. But you see the kind of people they are having. Those people are energetic and they're feeling like these youth represent the ideals of Raila Odinga. But Raila Odinga also had the other ideal of let's approach things not with that kind of energy. We have that energy to arrive at particular means or to get us to the table. When we're at the table, we have to talk like adults. And so Buru represents that. But it is basically the spirit of Raila in these two factions. And if we don't harmonize these energies, then 27th of March, what will happen is this. The state will bring the police to protect the place. Oburu with these good delegates will come there and sit quite structured.
Right.
With zero energy. Then Babu and Sifuna will lead a 100,000 or 1 million man march to where that thing is. What will happen? There will not be any NDC. But then what happens? The party dies. That is the day that the party will die. I can tell you. If they don't postpone that NDC, because already from yesterday, you can see the SG, the deputy SG by the courts, Catherine Omanya, I think that's her name.
Yeah.
They're already starting to fight about who can call the NDC. Because the constitution of ODM clearly says it is the Secretary General or a person appointed by the NEC. Now, there's already a question there. And if we don't harmonize, if we don't have clarity, we're going to have a very, very bad war, a very, very bloody kind of thing on 27th of March.
Yeah.
And for me, I would say early enough, the best thing to do is this NDC must either be called off completely or
postponed.
Babu, postponing is not a thing for me. Babu and Sifuna
yes,
to bolt out and form a new party. There's no harm. That is how it happens.
Yeah.
Because in the Luo culture where I come from,
right,
once a man grows, first of all, when you're a youth, you build your Simba in your father's compound.
Right.
But when you're grown, you leave your father's home to also build your home. Like now I have done.
Yeah. Unanunua shamba yako kando,
unaweza nunua shamba,
unaenda unajenga huko.
Ama mzee anaweza kukuambia pale unaweza jenga hapo kama shamba ni kubwa. Kama ni ndogo unaweza enda kununua shamba yako. And there's no harm in this team doing that. And that's perhaps what I would call for. That these youths, these youthful people, because Babu is about 36 if I'm not wrong.
Yeah.
And Sifuna is 43. Let them move out and form their own party and start organizing for 2027 and look in 2032.
But now isn't that leaving? I mean, if Baba were alive today, he wouldn't want that. He would want Mupigane, of course, in a good way, not the physical one. Mupigane ideologically until the best idea wins and the best idea prevails.
But you see, the old guys do not know that. They don't know because they're looking at who is getting the nomination for the governor, the MP. In fact, I dare say, this specific group, they were used to being given the ticket. Wananyanganyana, then they're being given unfairly. And they have created Uburu as a teen god. And they want Uburu to do the same thing. So they're offering him protection.
Yes.
They're offering him, they're basically blinding him from the reality. Because let me tell you.
Yeah.
Yesterday, the other day when people were in Siaya, another group in Kakamega, something that I saw which was shocking was on a governor's page, an AI enhanced photo was placed on a governor's page just to match the crowd sizes of the Linda Mwananchi team. That is a pointer to you that the spirit of even these people in Linda Ground team is with the people there, the majority. But structurally, they're marooned.
This unataka kuniambia watu hawajui hii story yote?
Wanajua.
You want to tell me that all those brains that are in the Linda Ground team, we're talking about Honorable Gladys Wanga, we have Akinambadi, Oparanya, all those folks that you're saying are protecting their positions and the status quo. You want to tell me then hawakaiwa wanana wenyewe say?
In fact, let me make it clear. I think Wanga is trapped. Gladys is trapped. She's trapped because structurally she's the chairperson. That's a very huge seat.
Yes.
And she's not just about to relinquish it, because then it forms a very important structure towards her nomination in 2027 for governorship. But her heart
is actually with the Sifuna side.
I strongly believe so. I could be wrong.
But yesterday I saw her saying that there's only one governor who's gone astray, but all the other governors in the region are with Oburu Odinga.
Okay, now let's look at those other governors. Ochilo of Migori in 2027 is supposed to be losing his seat. Sorry to say.
All right.
But the competition there is too strong. And the last access to report that I saw, a survey that was done, he is trailing Mark Nyamita by about 7 points. That's a very dangerous at this time.
All right. So
if you look at
Toma?
No. There is Mark Nyamita in Migori.
Oh, okay. You're talking about...
Yes.
All right.
Yes. Then we have Masara, who is competing for the governor's position. Already those two are spoilers.
Because she said out of 15 governors, if I'm not wrong.
So let me just focus on the Luo one.
All right. Because me, I was looking at the 15 governors she was
others,
talking about.
I doubt if they could be there.
Okay.
If you come to Kisumu, Anyang' Nyong'o is exiting and is mute. In fact, these people are not his class.
So is Anyang' Nyong'o professor with Linda Ground or Linda Mwananchi?
At heart, Linda Mwananchi.
But kwa mdomo?
Is not talking.
Okay.
If you look at Siaya, Governor Orengo, it is clear.
Huyo tunajua mali yuko. And that is the governor that Honorable Gladys Wanga was talking about.
Yes. If you look at Omabay, where Gladys Wanga is, there's a lot of fire around her. But even the last rating, she still stood out at about 58%. She's doing very well. But if the fire continues, if Linda Mwananchi decides to raid her home turf, then she could also be
it's a wrap for
having
her.
a lot of popcorn to fight around her place. Now, the others, I don't see whatever she's saying. And maybe because I don't have the vision to see them. Mombasa, I think Abdul Samad could be as well headed home.
You think so?
I think so. The only thing that will work for him is if Joho balls out of ODM and Joho forms a new front and negotiates as a coastal front.
You are assuming
I'm assuming that is bolting.
That Joho can bring people together and that he can form and that he will have a following.
You're assuming the opposite.
I am assuming the complete opposite, not just the opposite.
Okay.
There was an attempt to sort of like get all the coastal leaders into one basket as a region.
Yes.
That did not work.
Yes.
So you look at the politics of the coast, and for the last 3 or 4, 2 decades or so, they have been pro-ODM and pro-Raila. It is my contention that is how Joho managed to get in.
Yes.
When Joho first got in as governor, he was popular. But he was wind assisted by ODM. His second term, in my opinion, was absolute wind assistance. It was the ODM popularity that enabled him.
The support wasn't there.
As a person, no.
Okay.
Not really. Not really. He is not as popular as people who don't come from the coast assume he is. He's not that popular. However, one of the things that changes the dynamics in politics is if he presents himself like now, he's presenting himself as somebody who could be a deputy president.
Yes.
That always changes the dynamics.
Yes.
Because the voter then sees this individual representing them as people of the coast, stabbing for a much bigger seat. Then everything else that had been done before is forgiven, and people,
forgotten,
forgiven, and they don't forget, forgiven, and people will then actually support you.
Yeah.
So I've seen posters of Joho, President Ruto, and a picture of Joho. So those dynamics could change. But remember, when you talk about an election at the coast, you have to ask yourself, of the coastal communities, which is the most populous? Number one.
Yeah.
And what is their leaning as we currently speak? And then go to the second.
Yeah.
If you look at, say, a town like Mombasa, and you look at Mombasa County, the largest community are the Giriama, followed by the Digo. Then these other upcountry communities come in. The Kambas come in, the Luyas come in, the Luas come in. The indigenous, the Swahili, don't really feature prominently at all. So if these local communities determine on who it is they wish to elect, either as senator or governor, any local who is a Swahili will stand no chance at all. Okay? And then you go now to Kilifi County. Okay? This is where predominantly you have Giriamas. And you ask, what is their leaning currently?
Yeah.
Or you go to Kwale and ask the same question. What is their leaning currently? You see, Raila Odinga always represented the person who was disenfranchised, Minyonge, as you say.
Yeah.
And the people of the coast felt that way. Okay? I have not mentioned Taita because their numbers are reasonable, but they don't move the needle. It's because they also have a fairly mixed population. So how they will vote is very much determined by the parties that are represented there.
Right.
But they were predominantly ODM. Why am I giving this analogy? I'm trying to say that the dynamics of our politics at a glance are never quite as simple as people assume it is. I personally am never too impressed by large crowds. Not really. Ever since large crowds came to greet Jesus when he was entering Jerusalem, and an equally large crowd was there when they were hanging him, I feel large crowds represent the moment, the time. They don't necessarily represent the number of people who will vote.
Correct.
They also don't represent what you will see 3 months from now, not a year.
Correct.
3 months from now. So for now, Sifuna and Babu's group are the toast of town. Whether they will be that in 3 months' time, that we will see.
Yeah.
One, remember, our voting patterns, the way we vote, okay, do not start with just the narrative. Narrative is like entertainment. People want to hear what it is you have to say.
Yeah.
Okay? It starts with the support you have in your backyard. That is how our politics has played. Because even when people have coalitions, the one grouping you can rely on is your backyard, wherever you come from. Raila was able to negotiate all these years because he could bring a certain number of people to the table in terms of MPs, guaranteed.
Yeah.
So his conversation began with, this is what I'm coming with.
Because it would influence policy in parliament.
Yes.
And passing of bills. Or,
yes.
Yeah.
Yes, because he had the numbers.
Yeah.
What numbers will Sifuna and group bring?
Right.
What numbers will Oburu and group bring? What numbers will Kalonzo and group bring?
I see that Oburu and group will bring nothing meaningful, to be quite genuine. Because the maximum that they may give us in the party would be about, let's say, max out of the ODM MPs in Luo Nyanza. They'll be about 23 or something. Now, 23, yes, is sizable, but you cannot hold the government hostage.
Yeah.
With the 23 MPs. Because you need a critical mass of MPs that can stop a government bill or that can stop a particular bill in parliament. Because the government does not really care about whatever is happening outside. What they care most about is, can a bill be passed in parliament? Yes, they care about stability in terms of civic disobedience, etc. But primarily, are you having enough numbers that can influence, that can help us push bills in parliament?
Yeah.
The Babu and Sifuna team could pull a very interesting move. And that is if Winnie Odinga comes out and joins this team for this reason.
Joins which team?
This Babu and Sifuna team. Actively. If I replay 1997, well, I was pretty young. I couldn't even understand what politics was. But from reading and from watching a lot of videos, I could clearly see that Raila swept a lot of MPs with his NDP position or NDP party. And that then snowballed.
Actually, the entirety of Luo land,
yes,
all the old legacy politicians were swept out. Then it's a all.
He came in with his team, a new team of MPs. And that's what I see, because 75% of our population today is below the age of 35. 70% of this age is below the age of 30, which means 70% is Gen Z.
But the Gen Z are an unproven lot.
They
are. We know the numbers, we know the stats. We can even assume of the 8 million people who didn't vote in the last election. If we take again that 70%, we can assume it is them.
Right.
You see, the proof of the pudding is the voting.
Now that's where I'm coming to next. That in my imagination, what the team of Sifuna and Babu and the younger team have to do is to ensure conversion amongst the Gen Zs. And conversion looks like this.
Yes.
Conversion looks like ensuring that these guys turn up more and register as voters. Let them concoct a proper narrative and structures. Because currently, this team of Babu and Sifuna is not structured. Unlike ODM, unlike UDA, unlike Kalonzo's team, they don't have representation at the polling station that they can command. Because the reason that's why you hear Raila stand and say, nikisema left, nikisema forward, is because he had a structure he was commanding that reached the polling station. And this is perhaps what this team needs to do, and think about how do we mobilize these 5.4 million to 8 million voters to turn up and vote. And that will happen with proper structures. Up to now, it is still what he's saying, that there's a lot of excitement, which in Kijalu we say pong pong buoyo. Yeah, which means they're forming.
Pong pong, like
pong pong buoyo. Yeah, you are full, but you're forming. It's like taking cappuccinos.
Pong is to be full. Buoyo is.
I don't even care what the meaning is.
But it sounds nice.
It just sounds like pong pong buoyo. So these guys are just pong pong for now.
Yeah, they're just pong pong buoyo for now. And what they have to do is to quickly, because there's no time, quickly move to structure. And let them stop this dilly-dallying in ODM, trying to fight ODM. I don't think it's going
Why
anywhere.
do you think the moving away from ODM may not be the best thing for them?
What would you suggest?
No. I'm actually not suggesting anything.
Yeah.
The person who was able to move from party to party successfully was Raila Odinga. I'm not saying that act can be duplicated now.
Right.
I have a feeling it can.
No, I'm saying, I'm not certain. I'm not saying it can't be.
Yeah.
And the reason I'm telling you is this. ODM already has a following. It is in their interest to stay in ODM until they are kicked out.
That I agree.
Not that they leave. If they leave, they'll have no potency.
That I agree.
If something happens and those who are in one group kick them out, then if they start a new party, they will have the momentum that they need.
And that is why I look at, you remember Shungwaya in history?
Yes.
What happened in Shungwaya?
Remind me.
In Shungwaya, the Bantus came, and that's where they dispersed. Now that's where we had Kikuyus go where they are. We had the Chagas, who are also Kikuyus, quote unquote, remain where they are down there.
Yeah.
We had the Meru, we have the Lui, everybody moving in.
Why have you left the Kamba out?
And even the Kamba.
He said Bantus.
Yeah, Bantus.
No, he's being specific and mentioning.
So I think he's jumping the gun.
I think he wants you to mention even Luyas.
Yeah, even Luyas, the Maragolis. So I see, and I agree with the city 100% that them leaving could spoil for them. That I agree, because the potency shall have been reduced. But when we go to the NDC, and that's why it's a very tricky situation. That NDC is the Shungwaya of ODM and of Kenya. That's where the split will happen beautifully. And after that violence, because I read it, I see it, I can feel it, I can...
You know this man grew up in Kisumu. And I understand why he is not wrong in thinking that way.
Yeah.
Because meetings such as this one, when we've seen in the past, remember the story of the men in black?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's going to be
nobody was injured, but the tables and chairs were really injured.
I remember they flew around.
Yes, I never knew that somebody could actually kick a table and it could fly. But I saw it. So I know that it is
very
actually
possible.
It is very possible. And some of those fellows who are kicking tables come from where he grew up.
Mimi ninaona hivi Odhiambo.
Yes.
Yes. We are saying that perhaps if the Sifuna faction leaves, the potency might be reduced. But I actually think at this point now in time, if they leave, it doesn't really matter. I still feel like their energy, their following will still be there with them because they've already made their point.
No. Okay, I think that is being politically naive. Maybe let me bring you up to speed on something. So politics is the only window, is the only portal to evil. It's also the only portal to the cathedral of morals.
All right.
It's a very interesting field. It's like the Bermuda Triangle.
It's an interesting mix.
Yeah, it's a very interesting mix. So if they decide now to just leave, of course they have some bit of whatever. But you see the swelling of the masses that Sifuna is having.
Yeah.
It's not because he's just Sifuna. It's because he's being persecuted.
All right.
Now, in politics, there's that concept of people having the underdog. The underdog will always win. Remember, President Ruto won because he was an underdog.
Okay.
Raila was the boss. We always say the boss is the boss, and the underdog will win. Now, currently, this persecution needs to continue. If this persecution fails, or if this persecution stops, and you can see Oburu team is very brilliant now. They're doing something interesting. They say, hakuna mutu tutafukuza kwa party.
Okay.
Ukitaka kutoka utatoka tu. Now that is a very dangerous statement, because then they're puffing the balloon, and the pressure is okay. They need to persecute these guys, and these guys will push offense for them to be persecuted, because that persecution gives them a rise in their street index. Now currently the street index of Sifuna is uko juu. The street index of my friend Babu imekuja chini kidogo.
Why?
Because he's not being persecuted much. Now you saw yesterday he went to TV and he talked about him being persecuted. Probably if he pushes that narrative and you find the police beating him or you find the police attacking his car.
He actually posted something. There's someone who was beaten, and he posted and said this person
was my voter.
Yeah, alipoteza maisha yake kwa sababu ya kunisupport mimi.
But it could also be either way, because this person was having knives with him. And he went, okay, it's alleged that this person was having knives with him and was amongst the goons who left Kisumu to go and destroy the rally there.
Okay.
Why do you think he's changing, or why do you think Babu is owning him as a supporter? Because persecution gives you
that
a rise in the street index.
Yes.
So if they exit now, to come back to the point, I agree with the city, their street index will come down.
Okay.
The street index needs to remain as it is, and they need to continue offending the Linda ground until 27th of March. And that's what I'm saying. If 27th of March comes to be,
yes,
and the party postpones, as I suspect it will, they're buying time. As they buy time, the Sifuna team only has one option, to go all out and now have physical confrontation with this other team to raise the street index. It's unfortunate. But
When
unfortunately, it is the politics.
when you say confront these guys live, you mean like now when they're having a rally in Kamukunji, waende hapo Kamukunji,
you will find this.
Ama unasema waende kwa ofisi ya ODM.
They could lead protest to the ODM to Chungwa House.
Okay.
They could lead protest to parties, to public gatherings, because it is now that confrontation.
But leading protest to a gathering,
it's very bad.
That is confrontation.
Yes, but that's what perhaps they have to do to increase the street index.
Not necessarily.
You remember? Let me say this city. You remember when President Ruto led his team on 2 occasions. One, when there was the rumor of impeachment of the deputy president being impeached. That is when he was still a deputy president. He led a team of 129 MPs in Karen, and had them flank him as he was giving a presser, and he told the president then, bring it on. If you want to impeach me, bring it on. His street index shot immediately. 2, he went to Jubilee House. That was Pangani. And he confronted the SG, then I think it was Tuju, somebody. Then, what are you guys doing? Again, the street index went up. Now, during the actual campaign, the time in a yellow kitenge, I remember, on top of a car, he was somewhere in Eldoret, and he was telling the president, then Uhuru Kenyatta, so long as you don't kill my children,
just deal with me directly.
Just deal with me. Now usonge. Wachana na huyu mtu akitendawili, wewe songa. Nitapambana na huyu. His street index again went up. So perhaps if the NDC doesn't happen, you are likely to see that play out, where these guys will now go confrontational, absolutely, instead of talking about their issues, just to ensure that potency is maintained, so that when they finally bolt out, because you must be an irritant, that the party says, hey, no, these guys need to go. So then they say, we have excused them, let them go away. Now, when that happens, then that's a beautiful thing. But that will waste their time. That's why perhaps I'm saying, like Raila did it, just bolt out and say, okay, it's a done deal. We don't see the future with these people. And have a proper message around your bolting out. A proper message. You could just have one proper event that occasions that bolting out, but a proper message on why you're going away.
Let me ask you one thing. Why is it that you've ruled out the possibility of them settling their differences and being one unit?
It's impossible.
You see, you mentioned the 23 possible MPs that this Linda ground could have, and said it was insignificant. I disagree.
Okay.
Uma party had 7 or 8 members. They were very significant in this coalition that would give UDA the majority they needed in parliament. 23 votes, MPs are not few.
Yeah.
In this country, they are not few. It actually makes you a big player. Not the biggest.
Not the biggest, yeah, of course.
But big enough. You see, what you're saying is justified if you look at the past. You look at how we've handled our politics. Jubilee not very long ago had the same problems. But people went to court. There was no violent confrontation.
Right.
In the end, they've settled it. These 2 people, nobody wants to move in these groups.
Yeah.
They're all ODM. Nobody's even claiming they're ODM B or C or D. They're calling themselves Linda Ground, Linda Mwananchi, whatever they call them. But it's all ODM. So the ODM party and whatever it stands for is still being propagated. In fact, if you ask me, that difference is giving ODM more rap than it would have received if it was one unified force.
Yeah, I agree.
So if you take that particular premise, what is it that makes it impossible for them to even come to an understanding? What is it?
They could. That is very idealistic for me, that these guys could come to an understanding. Because
just like the violence is idealistic.
No, the violence for me is not idealistic because the violence for me is very practical. When you're in a state of despair, some of the things you do are very disparate.
Let me ask you.
And I think
the handshakes that the founder of ODM occasioned, they all defied logic.
Yes.
They all defied logic.
Yeah.
You ask, what's this guy doing? So if the founder did things which we didn't find logical at the time, what makes it impossible for the parties, the different factions within the party that he represented, what makes it impossible for them to arrive at an understanding, in all honesty?
What denies them that opportunity is that they're not Raila, number one. And number two is because ODM is not itself anymore. ODM has an extra hand. It's like you and your wife and an extra partner that makes it 3 of you. It could be the mother-in-law. It could be the father-in-law. It could be anything. It could be the sister-in-law.
I thought it was an awesome threesome, but clearly this is different.
Of course. So it could be that. So I see what's happening in ODM is that there's a third partner. And this third partner is what is causing discomfort. I don't know who this third partner is.
Okay.
Yeah. But I see a third partner in it. And this third partner has extreme resources. This third partner has extreme influence, and in fact is promising one of the partners in ODM that just leave the marriage, you come. We are about to, and I actually suspect there are 4 partners.
And you see, that's what I wanted to bring in that spanner in the works.
I suspect there are 4.
Is it possible that there's someone wooing this Sifuna side to do what they're doing, and also another force insisting on the Oburu side to continue doing what they're doing?
I think there's immense cheating in ODM on both sides. And one, cheating happens in this way.
Yeah.
This is an interesting analogy, that it begins with flirting. Then before you know it, people are meeting secretly. Before you know, the other partner has read your WhatsApp messages.
Yes.
And has realized actually you are dealing with the partner X. So they're also like, oh, this one mwenye amekuwa kinikatia, let me also say hi and let's meet for coffee.
Okay.
So you're pulling away day by day. And as I always say, if you and your wife are left to sort your issues, it will not take 20 minutes. You'll have clarity on what you need to move, on what you need to solve. But once there's an extra hand in the marriage, then the marriage will always go south. So perhaps if these guys decide and say, let us approach this with honesty and say, we've been cheating, both of us.
Someone says here, this is 2.0. Ati Babu will not last with Sifuna. Sifuna himself will very soon have people fighting him right from his own backyard. The other established opposition figures will also fight Sifuna in good time. You know what? Let's do this. Let's do a little bit of news. Then when we return, we look at it in depth, yeah?
Okay.
So kunywa maji. Ni maji ama ni kahawa? ama mtu amekuwekea kitu kingine ndani. All right, here's the news with Winnie Maganga.
This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Kenya can only get its debt under control if the government spends more than it collects in taxes and aid, says economist Churchill Ogutu from IC Group. Speaking on Radio Generation today, Ogutu explained that when spending matches revenues, the country won't need to borrow money either locally or from abroad. But he warns that until that happens, Kenya's finances are still under pressure.
I think as and when we can find our expenditure matching the revenues, tax revenues, the appropriation and aid revenue, so what you call a balanced budget, that's the ideal situation that you can say, okay, now we are good, because that will mean that we'll not go to borrow either domestically or externally. As and when we reach there, at least you can now say, okay, at least you're fine. But before that, we are still in the woods. And also, the other thing is just to mention around is this whole aspect that we are looking at external borrowing, the commercial element. But also, let's come back to the domestic. You're borrowing treasury bonds on a monthly basis. Treasury bills, at least the good thing, the interest have come down.
President William Ruto has announced that the government will start the process of appointing a new board for the national carrier Kenya Airways. Speaking on Sunday during the closing ceremony of the Magical Kenya Open at Karen Country Club in Nairobi, the president said the new board will be appointed this week. The move is expected to pave way for possible changes in the airline's top leadership.
Kenya Airways, the pride of Africa, is our jewel. And I want to tell the good people at Kenya Airways, that's going to be my next focus. In fact, this week, we will appoint a new board for Kenya Airways to make sure that we get men and women who are going to drive the transformation of Kenya Airways as we transform our nation.
Interior Cabinet Secretary Kipchumba Murkomen has warned that leaders who organize chaos at their own political meetings to gain sympathy will be arrested. Speaking during a chat service in Kericho yesterday, Murkomen criticized opposition leaders, saying some of them are staging violence and then blaming the police. He singled out former Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua, accusing him of repeatedly blaming security officers for disruptions at his meetings.
So I want to request politicians, wale walikuwa Kakamega jana, wale walikuwa Nyeri, wale wamekuwa Nairobi, nendeni mikutano kwa amani. Nenda mkutano, tutaweka polisi kwa hiyo mkutano, lakini msitupatie hii comedy yenye mnaenda mkutano na tear gas, unaenda mkutano kuenda kujilinga tear gas mwenyewe, na unaenda mkutano kama umebeba majambazi na maguns na visu na mawe na marungu. That we will deal with it firmly.
A historic windstorm has started lashing the northeast U.S., placing 59 million people under weather warnings and causing power outages and a travel ban in the New York City. States of emergency have been declared in multiple U.S. states, including Massachusetts, Connecticut, Delaware, New Jersey, and Rhode Island. Several have instituted restrictions on ban on travel due to the blizzard, and thousands of flights have been cancelled. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast, your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
Good morning and welcome back to Radio Generation. The time right now is 6 minutes past 9 o'clock. We are in studio. We are having a very interesting conversation here. And let me tell you, I'm just getting to hear things that I never thought I would hear for the, in my life as a radio presenter. But Odhiambo Otieno is a communication strategist. We are talking about the state of our politics. So Odhiambo, good morning once again. Karibu.
Good morning.
Nimeona hapa tweet imepostiwa na Honorable Martha Karua.
Yeah.
And she has taken a screenshot of something Governor Kivutha Kibwana said,
right.
Former Governor for Makueni.
Correct.
And she has said, say it louder. So what is this that is being said louder? Kivutha Kibwana, former Makueni Governor, has said that no one can tear gas a revolution. We can sense the third economic liberation. James Orengo, kudos for supporting the young people. May other second liberation veterans come forward to lend a hand. Freedom is coming. Martha Karua ni kama kidogo kwa hii United Opposition anajaribu kutuambia kitu ama namna gani?
Yes.
Is she saying that perhaps it's time we consider the Sifunas of today to actually become the flag bearers as far as presidential candidacy is concerned?
Well, I do love what Martha Karua is trying to do.
And of course, Governor Kivutha there also lending his voice.
Yes, Governor Kivutha, of course, freedom is always what I call glittering conveniences, where we are told of freedom, change, etc. Not that we're not free, we are actually free. The challenge is we're having a little issues here and there about the economy, which of course can be worked on. And I believe even if President Ruto today reworks his strategy properly, then he can still win the narrative, but he's losing it on the economy. He's so much on the development. I've done this, I've done that. Unfortunately, the mind of the voter does not easily conceptualize development.
Yeah.
Actually, we don't vote because of somebody's development record.
Yes.
That's not how Kenyans vote.
Exactly.
No.
So I think President Ruto is losing it based on that. The narrative, he has to rework his team very fast. In fact, City, I may say that if I look at President Ruto's team, there's a challenge in terms of people who can tell him the truth. There's a Rutophobia in his regime. Very few people in his communication team can actually tell him, Mr. President, on this we are losing. Because you see them making him an influencer. They've made the president go to
Talanta Stadium.
They've made the president stand on this interchange at Junction Mall. He's everywhere. But now, that is wrong PR.
There's no problem in that.
There's a big problem in communication wise.
Okay.
Because you don't blow your own trumpet.
Okay.
You gain more value when
someone else does it for you.
Exactly. And so instead of President Ruto standing and saying whatever he's saying, I would rather other people do it. But that's said and done. If you look at what Professor Kivuta is trying to say, is of course that what I call glittering reality. So I was trying to say freedom. Of course, I've said we are free, and Martha Karua supporting. Of course, there's that excitement amongst revolutionaries. So revolutionaries never really die. Kivuta Kibwana is a revolutionary. Martha Karua is a revolutionary. All of those people who know what it means to be in the street. There's a way that the street has some adrenaline.
Yes.
That you cannot recover from, even in your old age. You will still just feel like you need to go back to the street, like Orengo. Orengo, I think, is 80, if I'm not wrong.
Okay.
But he's still in the streets. As much as he's a sitting governor, he still feels like there's something that is not going right. Okay? Yes, of course, there's that beauty, and how I wish all of them did support it. Because if we look at beyond 5 years, let's say President Ruto wins a second term, which, as at now, in my view, he's still getting it. If he wins the second term, then the biggest question we'll have to deal with is what happens in 2032? Are we going to have a Kindiki presidency? Or do we want a younger presidency? Because I don't believe that the decisions of my children's generation should be made by CT.
Wait, are you suggesting that Kindiki is are you suggesting that Kindiki is going to be President Ruto's running mate in 2027?
Of course, there's no
because ODM walisema for us to be here, and of course here by ODM I mean Oburu Oginga.
Yeah.
For us to be here, we want that deputy president position.
The first thing that should have happened, and this is something I discussed with some of the big guys in ODM.
Right.
I worked in that house. And perhaps children, when they talk, we always dismiss them. But at times children can see things because they're genuine. They still have that genuine energy. And they're still operating in black and white. You know, for people like CT, they're operating in the gray area. Yeah.
Okay.
And
this man is determined to speak on my behalf.
And I did discuss with some of them. And I did share with them that if you ask me, I think we should go slow on a few things and first harmonize the house and let us agree that we go for the deputy president position. Because as Raila was alive, one thing I was certain of is that Wanga was going to be the deputy president. I was cocksure. Because she was the only other person that I would see Raila having in that place very easily. Because that would be Raila's bare minimum, in my view. And upon Raila's exit, these guys messed. Because immediately they started tearing each other.
Instead of continuing with the plan that Baba had put in place.
Instead of conspiring. ODM should have just conspired and said, you know what? Okay, we're supporting this. Let's not divide the house. Let me steal your secret. You see this Ruto people. Do you hear them talk? Do they come here to talk?
Well, I mean, if you
compare to the ODM team, it's the ODM team that is talking too much.
Yes.
The Ruto team is not talking much.
Yeah.
And in this context, allow me to say that I don't mean tribalism. Kalenjins don't talk much. They're very quiet and they do their meetings in the night.
Okay.
You'll never see a rally of Kalenjins in public. In fact, you can count. And that has something to do with how they are in their age set, something. There's a way that the elders are structured. There's a way that the decision making in the community is structured, that these guys first agree before they come out. But ours, we talk too much before we agree.
By ours, you mean the Luos?
The Luos.
Okay.
Too much talking. They should have sat down and checked. What are we getting? Because I can tell you, this PS called Raymond Omolo.
Yes.
He has done quite a number of things. You can see the things that he has done in Nairobi, for example, in Kisumu. It's countable, beautiful stuff. And these guys need to have gone into a conclave because the Pope is dead. Let's go into a conclave and elect a new Pope and agree that how are we moving forward. Then they would have set forth and say, Deputy President and 50% of the government. and come with a solid population that they're having.
I have
so
a feeling
hata tukicheza hii game hapa nje but kuna mali tunaenda kukutania.
I have a feeling they already sat and they chose Oburu.
No, they didn't. They didn't. Somebody the age of City, sorry to say this, City is my friend.
Yeah.
If unfortunately, God forbid, City passes on today, if unfortunately, even the sun will have a ring around it in honor.
Okay.
And things stop, things pause for a period of 2 weeks before anything is done. In that period, you don't go ahead to make decisions.
Like the way they did in
you don't do that.
The Raila family.
You don't do that. In fact, in the culture of Luos, it takes a year, 40 days or a year for people to come back and take tea. At the taking of tea is where we decide who gets what that belongs to who.
Okay.
But in the process, there's always the elder brother, which is definite, that takes care of stuff. Or the person who's appearing to be the strongest in the family, that is always taking care of stuff. And in that period, nobody is always banished. Whether there's an issue or not, nobody is always banished. Everybody is kept.
The understanding
together.
is that emotions are high.
Yes.
People will say things they don't
Exactly.
mean.
Yes.
They are emotional because of the death.
Yeah.
So everything
Go
is
slow on everyone.
Everything
Yes.
is forgiven during that period
Yeah.
of time.
Okay.
It's understood.
Yeah.
And time is supposed to bring its healing balm.
Yeah.
After a period of time, then people say, okay, now, can we now start discussing? When emotions have gone down, people are a lot clearer.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
So now we can decide who's going to.
No, now we can start talking about.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So in that period, people sit as the house of Odhiambo sits in the night and discusses and says, okay, this is where we are going. These are the guests we are expecting. These are the interests that Mzee had. These are what we now have to protect. But that's what didn't happen amongst us. So if that could have happened in the ODM family, especially the bedrock that City was referring to, which is Luo Nyanza, then you could have found a stronger front that would have then negotiated for DP position and many other ministers in it. But they destroyed that position. They destroyed that chance, and now everybody's looking at their own selfish interest. Because if they look at what I'm talking about, if you get the DP position, the president gives the DP a few ministers as his or her ministers, 2, 3. Then is when he gives the community their ministers. So he could have left with a minimum of 5 ministers in this regime in 2027.
But you know something, Odhiambo, one of the things that often happens with leaders who are very strong and who have the ability of bringing people together, unfortunately, they are the ones who are the glue, usually. So that even if there are differences, one doesn't see them. But the moment they're not there, one begins to see the cracks with great clarity.
Right.
I am always reminded of the country that we knew as Yugoslavia. When Broz Tito was the leader, the moment that man died, man, that thing disintegrated, and we saw atrocities. Among the first Europeans to go to The Hague came from that region. They had committed atrocities that when you hear of, you actually can't imagine.
Catastrophic level.
Oh, no, it was at a completely different level altogether. What we are seeing, in my opinion, is what makes or breaks ODM.
That's right.
Because if they overcome what we are seeing, then it will be an extremely powerful party.
Yeah. And that is perhaps what I'm calling for, that the Oburu team has to do as the elders in the house. They have to say, let us look at beyond 2027. But if you look at 2027, because ODM can still give President Ruto support as the house. Because, okay, the issues Sifuna is raising, they are valid issues.
Yeah.
It's not nonsense. We can't dismiss it. The issues that Babu is raising, these are still quality issues. We can talk about them within and say, okay, guys, you have points. And what is the problem in co-opting these guys into the echelons of ODM? Say Sifuna, okay, we are sorry. Omanyo, kachini. Sifuna, resume your seat. Babu Owino, Junet talk, because Junet is not adding any value for me. Junet, step aside.
Okay.
Babu Owino, step up.
He could be having 600 million somewhere.
This is a non-ODM member talking about ODM with authority.
Yeah.
Junet has no value.
Junet is coming with some 600 million somewhere.
And not just an ODM member, a very important non-ODM member. Never forget that. Because I look from within the house. And I have people talking to me from within that house.
Okay.
So, if they bring back this team and they agree, they can still support President Ruto. There is no harm. and President Ruto gets whatever he's getting, and they get whatever they're
Saizi mahali Sifuna amefika na zile vitu amekuwa akisema, talking about the president the way he has been talking about the president and this government actually just as he has been talking. You think you'd come back and say, okay guys, you know, we have sat, we as a house, as ODM, we have agreed we will support the president going forward. Do you see those words coming out of his mouth?
Let me give you 3 instances.
Yes.
You know, it's like you were born yesterday.
Yes. Tell me, educate me please.
Sorry.
No, it's okay.
In 2008, in 2007 I was in Nyalenda.
Right.
People were murdered. There's a place there called Kawata. It currently is called Lake Victoria South Water Services Board. My friend, people were trying to escape. They fell into water tanks. Yeah, they jumped into water tanks, and there's no way of them coming out. I hope you know those big water tanks.
Zile za roto tanks.
Hizo kubwa sana. Watu wali jump ndani to save themselves from the shooting that was going on outside. And along Nyalenda, in fact, there's a hotel there called Gulf Stream, where the police were constantly on the highest floor and were shooting people
Snipers
dead.
Now.
Snipers. As you are trying to go into Milimani, they would kill you. So many people died. And so many people were ODM members. And we knew, as young people then, that there's no way we're leaving this thing. Raila must take power. Even if it means some of us dying, Raila must take power.
That is a sacrifice that
is
needed.
And so many people died. We were so shocked, extremely shocked, when Raila accepted the position of Prime Minister. So shocked. But it was for a good reason. The country was stable. Okay? That's number one. Number two.
Why were the youths of that time, and especially those who saw those deaths, were they disappointed?
Not only were they disappointed, they spoke out.
Yes.
Raila came to Kisumu Stadium with Ruto. Okay?
With Ruto or with Kibaki?
With Kibaki?
No. They came with Ruto first.
Okay.
They came with Ruto.
When he was appointed?
No, before he was appointed, he came to tell them about the Nusumkate.
Yes.
And he was told off on the spot. There was a back and forth.
Yeah.
There were people saying we did not want half the loaf. We wanted the whole loaf. So there was a back and forth. Ruto was given time to speak and said, unajua, kuna mdosi hapa.
Yeah.
Ruto was being cheered at that particular point in time. What I'm trying to tell you is this. What Odhiambo is saying, the disappointment that arose as a result of that was profound.
Yeah, very. In fact,
very many people had died.
Yeah.
Numbers are given by Kenya Human Rights Commission and such, but sometimes I feel those numbers they give they don't
reflect.
They don't reflect the number
that
of
is
people
the truth.
who actually died during that particular period.
Now let's come to 2017. Let's leave 2013. 2017. This one I was in Kisumu. I just stopped working for the governor then because he was voted out of office. We went to Russia Hospital. That is JTRH in the morgue. I saw for myself, not being told, bodies and bodies and bodies piled. 27 people were ready. In fact, you remember they said there was no election in Luanyanza. In fact, roads were blocked and the police were shooting because at least to meet the legal threshold, there had to be a ballot box dropped in every polling station. It didn't happen, but people were murdered. And these guys are like, Raila must take it because the court has given us this thing. Instead of Raila going for it, what did he do? He said, I'm not going for the second run. People again were disappointed extremely. Okay? But 2018, what happened? As a shock to the whole nation, even I don't believe even if the current president knew that this was going to happen. Raila shaking hands with Uhuru. And who received a very heroic welcome in Kisumu? Uhuru Kenyatta. Okay? Now, come first 2022. Nobody, again, believed that Ruto could beat Raila. Nobody. In fact, you could see it.
Yeah.
If I believe in Ruto himself was shocked. Like, let me just run against this fellow. If he wins,
wacha tuone itakuwa namna gani.
Ni dadi. Akiwin ni sawa. Sababu huyu ni mtu wangu anyway. If he doesn't win, well, I shall be lucky. Okay. But he was surprised when this thing happened. And Raila said all manner of things. ODM people said all manner of things against President Ruto.
Yeah.
What happened soon afterwards during the Gen Z protests? People died. In fact, for the first time, our parliament was breached. Something that is unheard of. And the military moved in. We saw it in that BBC documentary.
Yes.
And people were shot dead. Still, Raila crossed and shook hands with who?
President Ruto.
With President Ruto. What I'm trying to give him this empirical data.
That Sifuna can actually cross over tomorrow.
Can actually be the deputy president of Ruto.
Okay.
If he sustains and Ruto sees that, hey, guys, what the hell? Sorry. If the citizen says, what's happening? This is where the votes are seemingly coming from. The government's first instinct is to survive.
Okay.
Not development, survival. I say, okay, if Sifuna looks like he's running with the whole people, we're going to talk to Sifuna. Because this election, and let me tell you something that I'm proud about in this country.
Yes.
Our IEBC is so strong. Our judicial system is so strong.
Yes.
It's so advanced that you cannot just rig and run. You rig, they meet you. And because there's precedence that an election has been cancelled before, they can still do it. And so you would want to be so careful as a presidential candidate.
Usijipate
hapo tena. Because it subtracts from your legitimacy. Uhuru suffered it. And
So-
nobody wants to face that.
If I'm listening to you correctly, and perhaps this wasn't your intention, but you're saying that if President Ruto sees the Linda Mwananchi group actually has got more, let me call it power, from the people.
Yes.
The cheese ya kina Oburu inaweza songeshwa.
Itasongeshwa very soon.
Yes.
Na hivyo ndivyo akina Oburu wanajipata on the other side.
Of course.
Short end of the stick.
Gone. Because who has the political
So
currency?
they don't even have the stick now, they are gone.
No, they're gone. Like not even, because how are they going to come back to the people? Tulikuwa tunawapigania ama tulikuwa tumeenda kwa rais?
Ask yourself the simple question that Odhiambo keeps alluding to. What is it that made it possible for Raila to shake hands with all these people? What is it?
Okay.
When you answer that question, you'll understand. He had bargaining power. The bargaining power he had
is the people.
Yes.
Yeah.
One
So all
politician
this-
said it very clearly.
Yeah.
It's called Kenneth Matiba.
Yes.
Let the people decide.
Yeah.
He understood it.
Yeah.
So kidogo kidogo tunaweza ona hapa after March inafaa kwa 20 what?
9th of May.
9th of no the
So
NDC.
27th of March is the first one. There's a lot of booby traps along the way of Linda ground.
Okay.
27th of March is the NDC, which is a dare.
Okay.
9th of May or 6th of May thereabout, they have to finish the pre-election pact with UDA. And Ruto is very specific. This thing has to be done.
Yes.
If you guys are really, you want to be with me, then this is how I'm going to. Because they're negotiating at his terms. That's a brilliant political move from Ruto's side. So 9th of May or 6th, I'm not sure which date, if you find it's public, Oburu and team will be done. So how do they come to campaign that, we are supporting the president? And then
imeenda.
Then on the other side kuna hawa watu wengine. And Ruto sees, because he's a consumer of raw intelligence.
He said it himself.
Yes, and he sees that Kisumu, Nairobi, Kakamega, all over the
Kitengela,
country, Kitengela. This fellow seems to be having sustainable numbers, and he seems to be having structures. He's building structures. These guys are seeming reasonable. Nani, call me Sifuna. And they will talk without the media.
Before you came to this show, did you foresee that?
Of course.
Now, next question. Next question.
Yeah.
If that were to happen, if we find ourselves, if Akina Sifuna find themselves in the position of now at the high table and Akina Oburu have been kicked out, what does this mean for the opposition, for the opposition that is of Akina Kalonzo and the rest?
I think they're playing. I don't know how to call the game correctly, but it's a full errand for me.
It's called, they're playing second fiddle.
Yeah. They're like, we are the option available, not the best option. Like, other than what is. You even see how they're structuring their message. I saw, shockingly, I don't know who does communication for Kalonzo.
Okay.
Shockingly, Kalonzo write that they're alternative government. No, it's not alternative government. If you want to go for the government, you're the incoming government.
They actually have several terms: government in waiting, alternative government.
It is so uninspiring, and that's why this team has only one option.
Yeah,
they have to. If Sifuna sustains and forms structures, what I cry for in Sifuna's team is structures. If Sifuna forms structures, then this team has to join Sifuna and play and negotiate for deputy president position. And I can tell you, in my analysis,
yes,
if united opposition in the name of Kalonzo, Matiang'i, because most of them are non-starters. Most of them are non-starters. Like Matiang'i is a non-starter. He has no structure. He has no political narrative.
But he is in a political party called Jubilee, which clearly has got a structure. They have a narrative, and they have ideologies from at least the few members of the party we've spoken to.
Once you've buried you're something somewhere, you leave it there.
Okay.
You don't walk around the grave with shovels. Yeah. Jubilee is a very painful memory to this country. All of us know that the problem we are in terms of the deaths, etc., is Jubilee.
Okay.
It's just that we've not focused on them. If we zero in on Jubilee today, then that Matiang'i needs to be in jail for the Huduma number scandal, which costed this country 9 billion, something that a university could do for less than 200 million. It's basically coding and asking guys to register via USSD code, and they have the number. Shah is doing it in a very interesting way, as much as they've also consumed another big amount.
Yeah, theirs was 104 billion.
Yeah, Matiang'i needs to go into jail immediately. So that Jubilee thing you're talking about is a very sad thing.
Okay.
It's a body that has been buried. In our culture, we don't like to fight with dead things. Let's leave the dead where they are. So Matiang'i is an non-starter completely.
All right.
Okay?
Regarding
not even his people.
The people from Matiang'i's backyard would disagree with you.
Yeah. Because if your village champion is big in your village, you imagine your village is the whole world.
Actually, no, not necessarily the No. In fact, your comments are bordering on being disrespectful to other people. You see, you cannot argue against a community deciding that they want to support their son.
I'm not talking about that.
No. I'm not saying you are.
Yeah.
I'm making a statement in the third person.
Okay.
You is not you.
Okay.
You is nobody should make that statement. They have a reason why they do so. We attach a lot of significance to ourselves by whom it is from within our community who represents us.
That's true.
Okay?
That's right.
Raila benefited from that enormously for a very long time. Because people always felt, this son of ours lifts our name up there. This son of ours represents us well. That's why people would come up and say, if he has read it, it's okay. See, he has said it is okay.
Yeah.
I mean, where's the problem? At the heart of what we're discussing is the potency of what we call kingpins. And we are also discussing how it is that this 70% we keep talking of will resonate with that mode of politics. Whether they are going to swim against the tide, go against the grain, and decide that they are using completely different parameters for determining who it is they will vote for. Because as of now, those parameters still hold.
And that's right. So then Matiang'i is localized.
But okay, fine. You know what? From your perspective, Dr. Matiang'i is a non-starter.
Yeah.
Let's look at the other folks in that united opposition. We have Honorable Martha Karua. We also have DCP leader Rigathi Gachagua, and these individuals are not coming by themselves. They also have, lieutenants and other soldiers with them. Of course, we have Kalonzo Musyoka na kuna wengine kadhaa, maybe inaweza kuwa nikisahau kwa sasa.
So let me start with Martha Karua. Of course, you've just read
her tweet. Yes.
Her tweet. I think she's already agreeing that, well, we don't have to fight all through. Somebody else can fight for us today. Tomorrow, the younger people can take over. So Martha Karua is out of the picture.
Okay.
She's going to support somebody else. Rigathi Gachagua, I think, is more focused on getting the MPs into parliament so that he can negotiate a few things. And having a stronghold of Mount Kenya, which, of course, he has. Quite a bit of Mount Kenya West.
Yes.
I think he has it. Because if we go by a comparison, I think Mbere North proved to us something different in the Mount Kenya East region in terms of UDA's popularity there. Whether he'll be a presidential candidate or not is neither here nor there for me. Because I have 9 keys with which I analyze this. And Rigathi fails on very many of them. Maybe another day we will have to go through them. I'll tell you how he fails.
Okay.
But he remains a very potent catalyst or influencer in terms of who then becomes the president from their team, the presidential candidate from their team. And
we
plus,
and
plus when I look at his intention,
yes,
he looks like he's more focused now on organizing Mount Kenya first.
Okay.
He's not talking much about the national issues. In any case, there's a lot of friction.
Yes, but the other day he was talking about northeastern Kenya, the hunger situation, security, and so on.
Which is beautiful, I agree. The friction, and I don't know if I can say the acceptance by the whole of the remaining part of the nation is still low He's not driving a very national narrative. He's driving a very fragmented narrative of regionalism. Even if he's talking about northeastern Kenya, it's just northeastern. Rift Valley, it's just Rift Valley, which is good, but he needs to have a striking narrative for the national whatever.
Okay.
So I don't see him going full throttle for the presidency. That leaves Kalonzo as perhaps the only one.
Oh, no, we still have DAPK, Eugene Wamalwa. We have Natembeya there.
Of course, those are non-starters. Yeah.
Kila mtu ni non-starter.
No, in terms of national politics.
Okay.
In terms of regional strongholds, of course, they have like DAPK has a stronghold somewhere in Trans Nzoia. Natembeya is also.
Okay, fine. Malaysia.
Yeah. Of course, Natembeya with this Tawe movement is doing the Luya Renaissance. There's something that they're going for, but. The Bukusu is the parent family or is the parent sub-clan in Luya land.
Okay.
And then the Bukusu could be influencing a particular thing with the emergence of Sifuna. And remember, Bukusus are always very formidable in Luya politics. Musalia has been there for quite some time and realized as big as his image is, doesn't influence much. So there's a lot of fragmentation that then does not leave them with a solid candidature. And perhaps if Luyas decide and say, we are following Sifuna or we are following Natembeya, then whoever they support becomes very important because they're the second largest in the country, population-wise.
Do you think if Sifuna and Natembeya were to meet on the same stage, they would command the same kind of influence? Who in your opinion, perhaps, would rouse the crowd more?
Both of them, interestingly. Sifuna, though, has a national appeal. Natembeya has a very regional, local appeal, which is Tawe. Even
he has a community appeal as opposed to the Sifuna.
Yeah, because we hear him talk about Tawe. Tawe in Kijaluo, we don't have Tawe. I don't know whether in your mother tongue you have Tawe. We don't have it. So it's a very localized.
I think someone told me Tawe means no, like reject, resist. Yes. Okay.
As in our, we don't have it. So that alone localizes him.
Okay.
But very powerful. And if he comes to the table with that and says, I am having the Luyas behind me,
dismiss.
It makes him powerful regionally, but not nationally. Sifuna has that national appeal. Because Kitengela, Kakamega, Mombasa, he has something with him. The only thing he lacks, and I repeat, is structure.
But also, former DP Rigathi is sort of localized.
Yeah, that's what I said. It's sort of localized. Sort of. Not absolutely.
I said sort of.
Okay, why sort of?
See, because it's sort of localized. But he also has an unsort of.
It doesn't move much beyond.
You know, Paul. You. This man reminds me.
His name is Paul. I didn't know.
Of a classmate of mine, who, when we were being taught how elements are conduct,
yes,
and the teacher asked if somebody could give the definition of conductor, and he put up his hand. He was told, okay, I'm not going to mention his name. He was told, tell us.
Yeah.
What's a conductor? Very enthusiastic. So I said, teacher, a conductor is something which conducts something else.
A conductor conducts something else. Rigathi looks like is sort of localized.
Yes.
Is teetering between Mount Kenya and the national politics.
All right.
There's a lot of infighting or local fighting that he has to do and win.
Then let me ask you then, because now we're talking about localization, wouldn't you say the same about Kalonzo also?
No. Kalonzo ticks. I think we need to have another show on the 9 keys so that I discuss for these people properly.
You said 9 what? 9 keys?
The 9 keys that will determine the presidential race in 2027.
Yes.
And you have to tilt 5 of them for you to... Of course, it's a derivative of the Alan Lichman's 12 keys to the White House. And Kalonzo, for me, in my analysis, ticked 4.
Okay.
And those 4, there are things that these others don't have. Kalonzo is a very neutral image, very neutral person that then has a national appeal because people don't have wars with him. In any case, people only fear that it may be too easy. That's a very good position to be because nobody can really figure out who you are until when you are in power.
Yeah, that's why he was called watermelon at one point.
Yes. Bad branding, but I think he's...
Branding nonetheless.
Then we have him also having the international appeal.
Right.
The diplomatic corps have no issue with him. I also believe that the international powers that have interest in Kenya have nothing against him. He looks like he understands diplomacy. He understands the international relations. So that's a very important key for you to win this presidential election.
Right.
He also has structures in terms of his party. He comes with a solid 1 point or 2 point something million votes,
right,
which is the Kamba votes That is very, very important. Number 3 is very easy.
Na zimeongezeka by the way. What
wameregister. So it could even be at 4 million, let's say, for example. Let's give him the highest. That's a very solid number that is coming with. Then to Mount Kenya, which is a very important key, and Nyanza, because the 3 big people in this election who, whenever they go, 2 of them one side will always determine the elections, is Luo, Kikuyu, and Kalenjin. And right now, Luo is,
a bit
is up for grabs. So I call it a swing area. Mount Kenya is a battleground. But it's a battleground that will tilt very easily towards Kalonzo.
A battleground for whom?
Between President Ruto and Rigathi.
Everything that I hear coming from the mountain is that they're definitely not going to vote for Ruto. Is that just people talking, or is that representing?
That is why
let's look at the data.
Is fighting for it.
Let's look at the data, because let's go by data now.
Okay.
If we go by, and if you understand politics, you understand that whenever you receive opposition as an incumbent in a particular area, cause a by-election in that area. And Ruto did that perfectly by appointing Ruku as the CS for public service, then introducing a by-election just to test. If he was going to lose, he could know, okay, this is bad. But he tested and saw that, okay, I don't need the whole of Mount Kenya, but let's make it a battleground. Split it. So he moves with Mount Kenya East, where Kindiki comes from, and gives them an identity, because all the time we've known Kikuyu, Mount Kenya is fully Kikuyu. But lately you're realizing, kumbe, Merus don't speak Kikuyu. Someone like me.
By the way, that's a Luo problem.
Yeah,
that's
exactly. That's a Luo problem. I agree.
I am making it definitive. Because as far as Luos are concerned,
Mount Kenya yote
ni Kikuyu.
Not only that,
you're a
Kikuyu from Meru.
Yeah, exactly.
You're a Kikuyu from Embu.
Yeah.
Mukona shida.
Yes.
So what do you mean? Brothers from Central Kenya think all Luos come from Kisumu. You think the problem, and of recent they said, unatoka Bondo.
Kumbe kuna Migori.
That place is huge.
But you're right though. You're right.
Yeah. Yes, our understanding of how other Kenyans live is rather limited.
Yeah.
Okay.
Ni kweli, because every time a Luo would introduces themselves in a gathering, someone will say, unajua nimeitembea Kisumu. Not knowing that this person maybe hata hiyo Kisumu ajai kanyanga.
Yeah.
But I get it. Yeah.
So Mount Kenya then becomes a battleground, and President Ruto is fighting for it. Rigathi is fighting for it, and it could tilt towards Kalonzo very easily as well, because Kalonzo is a very easy character, both for Mount Kenya East and Mount Kenya West. Mount Kenya West, that's Kiambu, Muranga, this other side. They would easily say, Kalonzo ni kijana yetu.
Yes.
We can go with him. So,
and
Luo have no issue with Kalonzo, remember?
Right.
Because Kalonzo has supported us in the cold for quite some time. So if the narrative fits, and he brought 100 cows to Raila's funeral, if the narrative fits well, it could also just be... So Kalonzo is the most dangerous candidate in terms of the united opposition, apart from this Sifuna Babu axis. Because he's grounded, he has that appeal. Perhaps the only thing that Kalonzo lacks for me is the money. Because you need about 10 billion to 15 billion to mount a serious presidential campaign.
Thank you so much for bringing that issue.
Yeah.
Why do people need these colossal sums of money to campaign?
Of course, there's so many reasons.
No, why do they need this colossal amounts of money?
Let's do the calculation. Unataka kufungua calculator?
No, just...
Because I can take you through it very fast.
Without a calculator, let's do it.
So the first thing, the expenditure that you need for campaigns is always the bit of transport and logistics, which consumes the biggest amount.
For whom?
For the presidency and the team.
No, for the
candidates.
For the candidates,
yes, exactly.
So the team, as in you are the one who shoulders the cost of the team moving.
So let me first put it in context. Let me first put it in context, CT.
But I've never run a campaign, CT. I don't know.
Me, I've run a campaign.
So have I.
I've run a gubernatorial campaign. I've run a senatorial campaign.
Okay.
So I know, and I want to put it in because if at that level we consumed about between 80 to 200 million for both of them, I can only imagine what the presidency looks like.
Yeah, but you know, Diambo, these sums are colossal.
Of course.
This logistics, you want to move around the whole country.
Yes.
How many choppers do you need?
About 4-5.
Let's put it at 5.
Let's put it at 5. On the minimum, by the way, CT. Because you have, there's
Why?
the presidential. Let me explain. So we have the candidates chopper, the pool, yeah? And it cannot have one. He must have at least 2. In the instance, this one is under maintenance, this one, because it is constant moving. In a day, you're doing 4-6 places. And service will always be needed. So 2 at the disposition of the candidates.
How did we used to campaign before choppers were invented?
Well, that was then. Now we are here, CT. Come on.
So CT anataka to campaign like it's 1966.
No, actually I do, because when you talk about money, this is my point of view. People like Odhiambo, who are strategists, will tell you what it costs because that's what they have seen. So they are merely telling you the facts of the issue. But those figures immediately put very many people into the pale.
Yeah.
You can't even think if you are going to focus on the money that is needed. And I'm asking the question, is it necessary? I'm looking at Akina Sifuna and what they're doing. Those guys are not spending hundreds of millions.
So let me tell you, Father, there is a campaign that is people driven. We can even compare to Trump's campaign, for example. In America, which is the most advanced democracy on earth, we have people contributing.
I'm not so sure about that, but go on. Yes.
Yeah, we have people contributing normally. But for the first time in the first Trump regime, the first Trump duration, first Trump term, we had him self-finance. Then the second one, we saw a few people, but oligarchs, the American oligarchs, contributing. Kamala Harris had people contributing because people look at Trump and say, you have money, do it. Kamala Harris, you don't have money, we're going to contribute. Now transpose that to Kenya. President Ruto, you have money, do it. Kalonzo, oh, you need to have money because you've worked in government for 40 years. People are stealing, what are you doing? Sifuna, oh, okay, you don't have money, we can contribute. I've seen it, people are saying online, we can contribute for him if he decides to. That's interesting. It could happen for the first time in Kenya because initially it was corporations and people who have vested interest in Kenya that will contribute. Now, let me go back to that chopper thing. The president of Ugandans need 2 choppers to move around.
Okay.
Then he has surrogates. Surrogates are these people who are considered his contemporaries. Like now, if you talk about the team of Wakina Kalonzo, you have, how do you call him? Rigathi Gachagua. You have Fred Matiang'i. You name them. That team, Wakina Martha Karua. Those are surrogates.
Okay.
Those ones, when they speak, it is Kalonzo speaking. You don't expect Martha Karua to be in Kisumu and to be in Kisii same day and using cars. You must be giving us something.
Okay.
A chopper, that is. So 3 choppers deployed.
On one weekend? I'm on one day?
One day. Not one. You talk about weekends. Presidential campaign, there's no weekend.
Kila siku ni campaign.
Kila siku ni campaign. Like now I can tell you confidently, President Ruto is campaigning actively. Yeah.
He could be at State House, but he's campaigning.
He's campaigning. Even in State House. He's welcoming political delegations to State House. He's campaigning. Now, one chopper costs how much? Now, the different ranges, if you can check. Bel Air, whatever, they cost averagely on the minimum 250 million to purchase one.
Okay.
You need 5. That's already $1 billion gone. Uja fuel, uja lipa license,
hauna pilot,
hauna hangar fee, so much. So put another 1 billion to maintain and operate them.
Inaweza ipark tu kwa nyumba yangu kwa mtaani.
Of course you can. Okay. You're allowed so long as you have a helipad and you're licensed properly.
Okay.
So 2 billion already gone to choppers alone. They now go to the presidential pool ya magari.
you need several V8s.
You need several V8s.
That's the point. There's something wrong with this model of campaigning.
You need several V8s because pia malunaenda kuongelesha wananchi bwana kuna milima na mabonde.
And you know why perhaps I need to tell City this.
Yeah.
Initially we had something called press agentry. In press agentry, we had the media announcing, giving the voice of the candidates. And that will be just enough. Oh, Rais alisema, oh, nani alisema, the opposition candidate alisema. And guys will be like, what is the radio saying? In our language you say, pinyo wacho nango, pinyo wacho. We will listen. What is the world saying? They didn't need to have so much money. But today, people have gone to engagement.
Right.
It is no longer press agentry, it is public relations. People want to be engaged at a personal level. You don't just go and tell them, we've passed a policy. They'll be like, ngoja. Policy guy.
But Odhiambo, this engagement has been there for a very long time. In fact, before the advent of these high salaries that MPs have, and before the campaign that we know it is that interpersonal campaigning that actually got people voted. And that's why many people who are elected were either former teachers, people who are known to be churchgoers,
right?
People who the public related to easily.
Yeah.
And there are people you saw on a regular basis. There are people whose homes people visited. They were actually regular people. Okay? What we are seeing now and what it has morphed into, where the money is at the core, where this thing actually took off was in 1992.
Who was the first person to campaign using choppers in Kenya, if you remember?
Was it President Moi?
The former Kilome MP. The first person.
This was the new...
He looks like you a little.
Harun Mwau.
It was Mwau.
Yes. He's the first man to ever campaign using choppers in Kenya.
Yeah, that didn't help him very much, did it?
Okay.
It's a long story.
It's a long story.
You know, I don't know if it is maybe Thursday, Friday-ish there. I saw CJ Maraga campaigning somewhere.
In Mombasa, somewhere.
You saw that video?
I saw that clip.
Jamaa alikuwa bana peke yake kwa barabara.
Yeah, but you even saw the vehicle he was using was not a small car.
Yeah, it was a V8.
It was a V8.
So he was on the roof, of course.
Yeah.
And then there's someone who
was
had
his V8 or had somebody donated the V8?
Well, we don't know, but he's a man of means.
But
anyway.
it is branded his party colors and everything.
And he's a man who lives in Karen. I don't believe you can live in Karen.
He was a CJ, bro. He was a CJ. Akonado. See, he is also broke.
Yeah, he's not broke.
But so he was in Coast. Then there was someone in a loudspeaker
Apo nyuma
saying something.
Yeah.
And I could look at the residents of Coast just looking at this guy
and wondering.
Zile So I asked myself, had that been a Sifuna convoy ingekuaje? Had that been what's his name? A DCP convoy ingekuaje?
You are speaking about the drama that is part of our politics.
Yes.
And how attractive it is. The Sifuna group are attractive.
Yes.
The things they say, the things we've heard them say over time, the way they go about the things they say, they're interesting.
So for
Maraga doesn't have much drama.
Yeye tu ni kusema kinye nasema, move on to the next town or whatever.
So on that score, he will lose big time because he doesn't have the drama.
Yeah.
People like Razmataz.
Kuna baiskeli tu ilimpita tu, huyo jamaa ni kama hata hakuwa anajua ni Maraga ako hapo.
So now, the first 2 billion is consumed. Let's go to the second. I want to explain to you how we get to 10 billion. So 2, you need these vehicles. And the pool of presidential vehicles is not cheap. Because you're not going to buy second-hand from these cabasas. You're going to, because remember, you want a car that you can directly talk to the manufacturer on how you want it customized. In most instances, they're going to be brand new. And right now, there's something happening in this country about there's a new car that I'm seeing in this country. People, I don't want to mention. I think it would promote them. That car, one unit is 23 million shillings. It's the most favorite of politicians today.
Yes,
they've left the V8.
Is it the one that the president's son bought the other day?
You are seeing it. You know it.
Okay.
That one.
Yeah. Even Morara has it.
Yes.
But yes. Continue.
Yes. 23 million one unit.
Morara akona hiyo brand new.
Yeah. How many do you need? Because you are going to give all these guys vehicles to move. On the minimum, you're going to fuel their cars.
We are licensing and giving a lot of airtime to conspicuous consumption in the crudest way possible. In all honesty, there's something wrong.
Yes, of course.
How do you explain such an expenditure which targets people, many of whom don't even know what they're eating that day? And all this opulence is supposed to convince this hungry person that this person with all this opulence
is the best for me.
Is the best for you.
Yeah.
That person already is not the best for me, clearly.
But you know, and it's a good question we are asking, and we need to answer it. And perhaps the person that we need to ask is not us in the studio here. It is that person who is directly been, okay, we've all been directly affected, but we need to ask the people on the ground. Because going again to the CJ Maraga situation, this guy doesn't have that razzmatazz that we are talking about.
Yes.
But for some strange reason, he might not get the support at the ballot that he needs for him to be in the position of president. Yet there's someone here who comes, lands with a chopper, people, throng where he is. He's probably a corrupt politician, and he's probably going to get the majority vote, and he's probably going to be the next president of this country.
And there's something that the media has talked about for a long time that perhaps we need to clarify.
Yes.
About why do Africans love corrupt politicians? Okay? And I think it's time we declassify this thing.
Okay.
There's a very brilliant professor called Professor Peter Eke. He wrote about the two publics post-colonialism. He talks about the primordial public, he talks about the post-colonial public. And says the primordial public is the majority of African population. And what's the primordial public of African politics? These are guys who believe in the cultural doctrines or dictates of their communities. And a large bulk of that is that when a brave man from the community went out and raided another community,
yes,
and came home with cows and came home with products, etc., he was praised. So corruption in Africa is not just about morals. Morals is the post-colonial public, who are very few. The pre-colonial public, that is in terms of their thinking, at the majority, they still believe that if somebody steals and brings home, that person is good. Or if somebody steals, that person has something that we are going to share.
Yeah.
Because he's stolen on our behalf. Okay? So that's why when they see people spending these amounts of money, they don't even have any issue with it. In fact, they cannot even fathom what a billion is. CT.
Well, I
If you
can't
had to eat
fathom
a
a billion. No, I am among those people who can fathom a billion.
Yeah, if you
million, I understand. Billion,
If Mungai, you are to spend a million shillings every month.
Yeah.
You are going to take 80 years to complete spending a billion shillings. Right now, how old are you?
How many years?
80.
80.
If you are to consume a million every month.
Every month?
Yes. You'll take 80 years to consume a billion. To finish it. Yani umekaa tu unapakwa mafuta, unaoshwa, haufanyi chochote. Umekaa tu na unakula hiyo milioni moja.
Na unajua kuna watu wamekuwa hivyo for the last God knows how long.
Yes.
My point is this.
Yeah.
It's actually morally wrong when we take pride in a campaign that splashes as much as it does, and there's this vulgar display of material well-being amidst the raging poverty that we have. In my mind, there's something absolutely wrong with that. That is my view. And even as people talk about this campaign and they give it momentum and they breathe air, oxygen into it,
yeah.
As far as I'm concerned, we are retaining the status quo that is responsible for the problems we speak of. And in this era where more and more people are being born and the majority of our people are young, we are told the median age in Kenya is 17, I'm told.
Yeah.
It means we are consigning an entire generation and the ones after them to unnecessary hardship and poverty. Why? Because of the conspicuous consumption that we have allowed ourselves to be. And this is actually exemplified by what we consider the norm in our politics. It is something I find abhorrent, and it's something that I find anybody who has any sense, and I'm saying this, let me repeat it, anybody who has any sense should reject, because it removes the discussion about what it is that a leader is supposed to do, or a wannabe leader, and it speaks more of what it is that somebody can spend. Now, that amount that people can spend, unfortunately, can guarantee somebody a seat in our parliament.
Yeah.
It can guarantee somebody a seat of authority. And we take it even further. What else do you think happens if you spend that amount of money and you feel that there's a position you want in government? Are we saying that we are excluding people spending money so that they can get positions? I don't think we can exclude that.
Yeah. People are spending to buy those positions.
Yes.
And in Kenya, we know people buy jobs.
So where does that put us?
They've been buying the presidency.
Those who don't have means, what becomes of them? And they're the majority.
Yes.
What becomes of them?
And some of them, but they, in my opinion, are actually good folks for the positions that they are actually, campaigning for.
Yeah.
Kini sasa tutafanya nini?
Now, City, allow me to complete this 10 billion. I want to understand fully.
And we have 3 minutes.
We have 3 minutes. I can see already.
3 minutes.
So let's say we have 47,000 polling stations in Kenya. The president needs to, whoever is campaigning needs to reach at least 200 people per polling station, at least, for him to get 9.4 million votes in 2027.
County aggregation centers or polling stations? Polling
stations, the 47,000.
The 1,000.
Yeah.
Oh,
Kenya.
good.
Yeah.
For a moment, I thought I said 47.
No, 47,000.
Sawa.
So he needs to meet 200, he needs to reach at least directly 200 people who are his ambassadors. Okay?
Sawa.
And then, how much do you think a presidential candidate will spend on 200 people? That's around 1,000 per person. Okay? That brings us to 9.4 billion. This is direct conversion. The person who has received that money is expected to campaign for the president. You've not put the media budget, because media, again, advertising, etc. It's too huge. Okay? So perhaps we say the first people that need to reduce, to promote democracy is the media. So let us have presidential candidates come and put the adverts for free. The media houses will collapse. So we have to get money. So media budget alone is 25% of the presidential campaign kitty. There's a minimum of 2.5 billion shillings that goes to the media alone. Okay? So these monies cumulatively is about 10 to 15 billion shillings for a properly well-oiled campaign.
This is now a presidential campaign. Okay.
So can Kalonzo raise that?
Why not?
He can.
Akitupatia till number, maybe watu wa Kenya wata consider.
The question is why not?
But he was in the States during the National Prayer Breakfast, the US one. And part of the reason, apart from attending that prayer breakfast, was to raise funds.
It's always a fuss.
Yeah.
There's no much money that you can raise from those things.
Yeah.
Presidential campaigns are not funded by commoners. They're funded by the vested interest in the natural resources.
So of course, hata anajua huko ndiko aliwa ameenda.
It will be very interesting to see how he wires it in, except through his foundation.
And several others.
But I can tell you the biggest sponsors in presidential campaigns are not the ordinary people. They're the capitalists with vested interests in the country.
I know he didn't have like a Kiondo walking in the streets of New York. Zile za toa kitu kidogo.
Yeah.
But I'm sure he has a plan.
The billionaires in the country who can finance, like I suspect heavily, that someone like President Ruto will not need to worry much about his campaign money, even if it doesn't touch government money.
Yes.
There are so many people who just want favors. I've bought you cars.
Yes.
I've bought you choppers. They don't have to bring the money. I've taken care of the media bit. Taken care of what? So through in-kind donations.
Yes.
Already it could be at 60-70% of his budget. Somebody like Sifuna May. If you look at somebody like Raila, like for example, media, he never needed to pay anything because he was the news himself, number one.
Yes.
Number two, there are some stations which gave him free airtime throughout, including production of his adverts. If you look at the cars he was having, Raila, I think, never bought any car. Because like the last one, Karoli said, he bought so many cars. He donated 700 million shillings to the campaign.
Okay.
I mean, you can see, it's quite something.
Thank you so much. Odhiambo, we've come to the end of the show.
Yeah.
This has been very enthralling. Let's hope that perhaps at a given time, things will definitely look up, right? And we shall definitely continue this conversation. All right. This is how we come to a close as far as the morning show is concerned. Kwa sasa, tunaingia katika kipindi cha kwa heri. Do stand by because Rania coming through for the next hour, for the next show rather, and then we shall have we shall be having the power drive show coming through at exactly 3 in the PM. Kwa sasa, tunasema shukran na kwa heri.
This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Public Service CS Geoffrey Ruko has dismissed calls urging leaders from the Mount Kenya region to leave government. He says those pushing such narratives should remember the role the region's forefathers played in Kenya's struggle for independence